point. And yes, we have no border with Russia, but from Vienna, the border of Ukraine is closer than the border of Switzerland. And if Ukraine will fall, and we all know Mr. Orban in Hungary, then the Russian tanks stands before Vienna. Or in Serbia and on the border of Kosovo, we know the map of Europe. And there is still no discussion in Austria about this, but many propaganda on this. And Austria is a small country, but Austria is a member of European Union. Our Chancellor and the ministers are sitting in the European Council and the Council of European Union, and we had election in Vienna. It's the home of many international institutions and the home of many Russian spies.
Yes.
And we all know it. And we had election on last Sunday, and when you follow the information, our far-right party is on place 1 with nearly 30%. And this is the same party. They were in government 2 times, one time in 2017, and we heard about the infiltration of our intelligence service through Russia. We had a Russian spy cell in our intelligence service. And we know our far-right party has a friendship agreement with the party with Putin. It was established in 2016, 2 years after the annexion of Crimea. And it's still active. But in Austria, not only the far-right party is a problem, half of the Social Democratic Party is also a problem. When we had a speech of President Zelensky in our parliament, the far-right left, and from the Social Democrats only half of the members of parliament stayed during the speech. We have some problematic politicians in the Social Democrats. I think last week, one of the members of parliament from the Social Democrats and the Speaker for Defense said, after the election in Austria, the Euro-transatlantic circles will start promoting NATO membership. In this statement, there were some more conspiracy and anti-Semitic codes. But this is only one example. We also have some difficulties with our Conservative Party, which now have to choose which coalition they will build, because most of the parties don't want to make a coalition with the far right, but the Chancellor said only with Herbert Kickl. He don't want to do a coalition, but he don't say that he don't want to make a coalition with the FPÖ. And 2.5 years after the full-scale invasion, Austria is still dependent with nearly 80% from Russian gas. Their big bank still working in Russia, the Raiffeisenbank. She's still there and give money to finance Russia's war against Ukraine. And the conservatives connected to the economy have to focus on economy and They are not loud about this, but sometimes some voices are heard. Oh, the sanctions. We have to stop the sanctions. We want to make business. And now the far right is on the first place, but it's I don't think if the far right can find a partner for a coalition. So I expect that the Conservative Party, the ÖVP, will try to find a coalition, and they can do it with the FPÖ, with the Freedom Party, the far right, or with the Social Democrats. But there's a small majority. They will need one of the two small parties. But I expect it will be the Liberals if it's this kind of coalition. And neutrality. The Austrians don't know exactly what Austrian neutrality means. There are only 3 points in the neutrality law. First is don't join any defense coalition alliance, no foreign troops on the territory of Austria, and Austria must be able to defend itself. These are the only 3 points in the neutrality law, but there are many myths and influence from propaganda. They say Austria is also politically neutral, but no, Austria isn't politically neutral, but they are a tradition from the Cold War time. Austria wants to make business with both sides. It remembers to Serbia. And the people believe that neutrality can protect them. So, but let's ask the Ukrainians if neutrality will protect against attack.
Yes.
I don't know. And
you mentioned the impact of the Russian propaganda for the informational environment of Europe, of Austria. And the European Parliament adopted a resolution against Russian propaganda before the elections in the Europe. But in my opinion, it's too late. It's too late.
And everybody is talking about social media, the influence on social media. But we have another problems. I can talk about the situation in Austria, but I think it's in other countries it's the same. We have not only the politicians, we have also experts in the public television. They spread Russian narratives, and they're writing books. They're on panel discussions. They're teaching at the university. They're sitting in the security commission of the defense ministry. They're everywhere. And they're recognized as experts, not as spreader of Russian propaganda. I want to mention one point. I forgot it. Yes, so this is also very dangerous. Yes, last week or 2 weeks ago, in the serious newspaper, there was a guest comment from the Russian ambassador.
Bravo.
Without any comment, he gets the space to spread all his propaganda. And so this is the situation in Austria. I think it's very dangerous because...
Krone?
No, die Presse. Not Boulevard.
How to resist?
Die Presse. We had Miss Khrushcheva bei den Salzburger Festspiele, there was an interview the day before in the main news in the evening, and they had the possibility to spread Russian narratives. So the influence in Austria is very strong, and I think this is the reason why we now have, on the first place, our Freedom Party.
Yes, it's true. Thank you. We are ready. Finally, I have a good news. We are ready to connect with Mr. Smart. Waiting.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Mr. Smart, hi again.
Hello, can you hear me? So,
how are you?
I'm going to present my paper about the Russian use of character assassination.
Yes, thank you for connecting us.
Can you hear me?
And please, I remind my previous question, why it doesn't work again? Why did you become a persona non grata in the Russian Federation?
I was persona non grata from the Russian Federation in 2010 due to the fact that I was working with a democratic opposition to Vladimir Putin. As a result of that, I was informed by the Russian security services that I was put onto a list of people that were considered to be a threat to the national security of Russia. Subsequently, I was also banned from Belarus and from other countries, but it was specifically due to work against the Putin regime, which I started in 2006 or 7, if I remember correctly. But this is the way life is.
And what do you think about new security conditions after the full-scale invasion? New reality?
It is interesting that I think that Russia has changed its strategy, I think, in several ways, outside of just the communicational space. It's always used proxies to carry messages, but also to create destabilizing events. And we see that in the past 2 years, especially in the past 12 months, I would argue, Russia has been unusually active in using its proxies, including such as Hezbollah, Hamas, as well as groups in the Balkans, who it wishes to incite that takes the global focus off of Ukraine, deprioritizes Ukraine. And these are all things that, obviously Russia has a very strong interest in the international community not being as involved in the situation in Ukraine. So I think actually the Balkans is probably the most interesting, simply because it has such an influence on Europeans. The Europeans are much more concerned about that because it's nearby, it has great importance for them. And trying anything they can do to stoke or to create tensions, or anything that they can do in order to draw away the attention of European officials and to divide resources. They understand that the West is ultimately limited in what it can do. It does have limited resources and limited interest in what's going on in foreign countries. So Russia, I think, has made the world much more unsafe. And that's looking aside from the fact that Russia, keep in mind, collaborates directly with a number of global actors that seek to undermine global security. Not limited to North Korea, not limited to Iran or Nicaragua or Venezuela or Cuba, but which themselves also are engaged in criminal behavior with Russia. But most fundamentally, I think what we should note is that in the last several years, Russia has gained a new position than what it had before. Russia was sanctioned before 2022, but not the way it is now. But Russia being sanctioned is actually quite limited in the options it has. It's only able to deal with other countries that are also sanctioned. So the closening of the relationship with the other pariah states, the other sanctioned regimes, is the first step. In the case of Venezuela, which then they can take to countries such as Lebanon and they cash that, which then they use to pay for things such as Hamas terrorists. The rise of Russia's global empire, using the facade of diplomacy and the facade of being a normal state actor, they're able to continue to do business globally. And this is something that I think the West has really missed is that Russia's, through its constant abuse of the standards that we create, where we treat every country equally, they realize that's foolish and it's a mistake. And they continue to violate international law, including violating diplomatic law, through how they use their diplomatic branches. And now we see that on twofold. We see it onefold, obviously, that they now use their diplomats as proxies to spread disinformation. But in another fold, they use them quite literally to collaborate and to cooperate with local actors that destabilize foreign countries. And we see that most clearly in Africa, where there's been already 5 attempts at regime change in the past 2 years that are tied back to Wagner Group and tied back to Russia. We see this in the case of Latin America after the protests broke out after Venezuela's illegitimate elections a couple months ago. We know that Russian advisors went there to assist the Maduro regime to stay in power. We know that very well Russia has been able to share intelligence with things like terrorist organizations as well as with drug cartels. Why? Because they have a common interest, which is destabilization of the West. So this is a general strategy, a state strategy, to undermine the West at every turn, including cooperating with terrorists or drug cartels or money launderers, is unique. Russia is leading the way in this. Now, other countries obviously deal in cybercrime. For instance, North Korea has raised billions of dollars in cybercrime, but that's limited to cybercrime. It's not a global network. Russia's trying to become the head of the network. It wants to be the center of this global underworld. And I cannot underline enough how important it is to note that it's not just somebody who doesn't like Russia would say this, but when you look into it, the true relationship, the very open relationship that Moscow maintains with Hezbollah, Hamas, other terrorist organizations, extreme leftist radical organizations in Latin America and the United States, extreme right organizations in both, the use of Wagner Group throughout Africa, Asia, and Latin America, we see that Russia is operating globally. And it's done it in a very, I would argue, smart way, in that they are not doing it at a level that will cause a severe reaction from the West. They understand how to keep things just below the boiling point. So how much can you create tension in society or create problems or create illegal immigration crises that will shift the politics of that country to vote for a right-wing candidate with very little expense? It's not hard to do. But nobody's going to start a war with you for that. It's not a direct attack. I mean, it's obviously going to fall very short of anything NATO would consider to be Article 5 material. So Russia understands that it is able to continue to destabilize the West and to do so effectively at a very low cost. And in a way, and with partners, I should say, that allows Russia to actually profit from it. Now, the Russian state itself, as always, usually receives very little profit. It's the elites of Russia who are robbing the country blind, who are the ones that gain the most from these illicit relationships and these illicit structures that are created globally, which are truly trying to undermine just the global order, which is a joke as far as a financial consortium. But the reality is that I don't think that ultimately there's really an objective of creating a financial consortium. In fact, it's just those who are trying to find ways that they can continue to do things illegally on a large scale globally. And this is a coalition to do that. How can they avoid having to be held to international law or be held to the Western standards? And this is the way. It's really not about ideology. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to, is I do not believe that Russia is based on any ideology at all, other than the singular one is the self-aggrandization, the self-gain, and the preservation of the dictators involved in backing these alliances.
Well, a lot of challenges. Are you optimist or pessimist about our future of the world?
I remain optimistic. I think the fact is that Russia at this stage is having far more problems than the press reports. Russia is suffering significant economic problems domestically. One, they've created a housing budget through the use of very cheap mortgages they gave to people. And the bubble that was created is significant. I mean, Moscow apartment prices have increased by 20 or 30% in the past few months. That's not natural. 40% of Russians have serious debts that they can't really figure out how to get rid of. And there's the government giving them free money. But now with inflation, it's going to be almost impossible for them to pay back the initial capital that they took out. And they're changing the interest rates on people, which is going to mean probably hundreds of thousands of Russians, if not millions, will lose their homes in the near term unless Russia is able to change that. And the only way that Russia can really control inflation is if they are able to clamp down and increase interest rates. So it's sort of a stuck position. It's a bad position for Russia to be in, which is good for everybody. And it's something that I think that looking at the management from the Kremlin so far, they have not done what's necessary. There was an estimate that came out earlier, it was actually, I guess, last month or the month before, of Professor Steve Hanke from Johns Hopkins University, who estimated the real inflation rate today in Russia is about 24%. Now, what's stunning about that is the VEB Institute, which is located inside of Russia, said that to control the inflation, which is truly getting out of control, they should increase the interest rate to 52%, which is stunning. Consider the fact that the interest rate in Russia, the key interest rate, was 8% only about a year ago. Today it's 19%. They're slowly moving it up. It'll undoubtedly be in the mid-20s before the end of the year. Russia's economy is truly melting down because they created a sugar high. Putin, throughout the war in Ukraine, knowing that the sanctions would affect his economy, just created more and more social programs, gave out more of these loans that were very cheap, subsidized by the government, spent tons on the military-industrial complex, a lot of it being embezzled. But these things all, once again, make it clear that Russia is doing everything it can to boost aggregate demand, as Keynes would say, and the boosting aggregate demand does have a downside. Ultimately, the sugar high wears off and things crash. So I think that the economic models that we've looked at recently have shown that Russia, within the course of the next 6 months, if it's not able to resolve what's going on in Ukraine and to focus on domestic issues, could very well have hyperinflation. And if that were to happen, that could obviously change the outcome of a lot of things.
Well, don't get lost, Mr. Smart. I think our audience has questions for you. And please, who are ready? No. Thank you. Thank you so much for your explanation, for your connection, for your job. And I think our time is over. I want to thank for all participants of this discussion. The topic was very important for everyone from us, for our countries, and for Kosovo as well. Thank you so much. See you soon.
So thank you, Mr. Maiko, Professor Hojai, Professor Rohor, Kathy, and thanks for Lyudmila. And let me now to introduce the second panel with our dignitary guests, Mr. Dragan Shormaz, former minister, Miodrag Vlahovic from Montenegro, former minister, Gorakush Kuchi, OCTOPUS researcher, and Mr. Arben Fetoshi is the moderator, Professor Arben Fetoshi.
Okay, hello everyone once again, and welcome to the second session of the conference. I am honored to speak today in this session with distinguished speakers on the topic authoritarian regimes, a threat to Balkan stability and peace. Mr. Dragan Shormaz, former member of the National Assembly from Serbia, Miodrag Vlahovic, former Foreign Affairs from Montenegro. Melisa Haradina is not here. And our expert of international relations from OCTOPUS Institute, Mr. Kuchi. Welcome, all of you. And let me go on in Albanian, because I think is more convenient for me to discuss with you in Albanian, and you can use, I think, there is available translation if you need it. Agresioni rus në Ukrainë ka shkaktuar një tronditje të madhe në gjeopolitikën globale dhe e ka rikthyer rajonin tonë në fakt në vifronti të konfrontimit të Rusisë me Perëndimin. Mendoj që qëllimi kryesor i Rusisë nuk është thjesht pushtimi ose zgjerimi i territorit, por minimi i randit ndërkombëtar dhe minimi i demokracisë si triumf i historisë. Putini shumë shpesh e ka përdorur Kosovën për ta legjitimuar agresionin në Ukrainë dhe kundërshtimi rus për Kosovën e loja secesioniste ose nxitjet secesioniste me Dodikun në Bosnjë i kanë shërbyer të dyjave, edhe Serbisë edhe Rusisë, për Serbinë, në funksion të qëllimeve të saj ekspansioniste dhe njëkohësisht për Rusinë që të pengojë integrimin euroatlantik të rajonit tonë. Nuk jam i sigurt në qoftë se dështimi i Shteteve të Bashkuara të Amerikës për t'u angazhuar me Rusinë pas luftës së ftohtë, siç thot Brzezhinski, i ka dhënë asaj shansin që të rikthehet kërcënueshëm, apo dështimi i Bashkimit Evropian që ta integrojë Ballkanin Perëndimor e ka kthyer rajonin tonë në një arenë strategjike për qëllimet ruse kundër Perëndimit. Cila është e vërteta dhe cilat janë pasojat e agresionit rus ose kërcënimet e drejtë për drejta për vendet e Ballkanit Perëndimor dhe për paqen e stabilitetin në këtë pjesë, besoj se do ta kuptojmë nga folësit e shquar të këtij paneli, siç e prezentuam në fillim, dhe unë do doja që fillimisht të kemi opinionet, vlerësimet për kërcënimet nga konteksti i regjimeve autoritariste prej Dr. Sormas. Please, Mr. Sormas.
Thank you very much. Authoritarian regimes, never-ending story in Balkan. I will read you my thoughts because I have a problem in 10 to 15 minutes of speaking, okay? And I would like to be clear, and after that I will answer of any of your questions if you have some of them. I would still like to talk about Serbia, of which I am a citizen. Now the authoritarian regime of President Vučić is in power in Serbia. Since coming to power in 2012 through democratic elections, he has evolved into the regime we have today in 12 years. There are also witnesses present here in this room that knows that it was Nikolić and Vučić, Serbian Progressive Party, who had a quiet but very persistent support of the centers of power in the West that the rule of President Tadic was replaced by these two, which is exactly what happened in 2012. Already in 2013, the Brussels Agreement was signed, less than 1 year after new government and new president. That is something what President Tadic, democratic leader in Serbia, don't want to sign. Which was a significant step towards Serbia's membership Serbia's membership in the EU. Extraordinary parliamentary elections are called, and Vučić becomes prime minister after that in 2014. Negotiations with the EU are opening, several negotiations chapters are taking place, and military exercise with NATO and the US Army are becoming more frequent. Western companies are investing more and more in Serbia, and Kosovo is disappearing as a topic that burdens Serbia. Wages and pensions are growing. That was the reality of 2014 until 2015-16. During that period, the Russian invasion of Crimea took place, and slowly but surely, an anti-Western narrative appeared in Serbia. At that time, I was the head of the delegation in NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and for Serbia, of course, and I began to have an increasingly difficult task to explain my colleagues in NATO Assembly, to explain everybody in the West, Serbia's policy towards Russia, but an increasingly difficult task in Serbia, how to fight within the system against the obvious change in the policy of the Serbian Progressive Party and Vučić, who pro-Putin propaganda wins the presidential elections in 2017. Kosovo and the Republic of Srpska again became Kosovo and Republic of Srpska again became current topics, and in the media under Vučić's control, the West is once again the enemy of the Serbian world, and Putin is its protector. Serbia's path towards the EU is slowing down, almost ending, but the West is still cooperating with now President Vučić and investing in the Serbian economy. The media is bought by oligarchs close to him, and NGOs are under increasing pressure. In November of 2021, Vučić is going to visit Putin to negotiate a new price for natural gas. After returning to Serbia, the date is very interesting, November 21st, and after returning to Serbia, he only talks about the greatness of Russia and Putin and how great changes will soon take place in the world that will make Serbia's fight for Kosovo easier. What will happen? Regular presidential and extraordinary parliamentary elections are announced, and in the middle of campaign, what happened? Russia started a war against Ukraine and aggression against Ukraine. Vučić is increasingly stifling media freedom and establishing an authoritarian regime. In 2023, in the month of May, a terrible mass shooting occurred in the elementary school in the center of the Belgrade, Ribnikar school, and just 1 day later, another one took place near the Belgrade in villages of Malo Orašje and Dubona. A total of 19 young lives were lost in only 2 days in violence in Serbia. Massive civil protests against violence are being launched in Serbia. Of course, the citizens see the authoritarian regime, the controlled media, and the pro-Russian narrative, which increasingly resembles the narrative of the criminal regime of Slobodan Milosevic, as the cause of that increase of violence in Serbia, in our society. Vučić literally brought Serbia back to the 90s. In order to get out of that situation, of that massive protests, Vučić first convinced the opposition to hold extraordinary elections again, but in order to secure a big victory for himself, he started, and I, for 1 year, speak about that he started, and nobody from West tell that, for example, that he started, sorry, again, an action in Kosovo that tragically ends with 4 lives in the village of Banjska. Vučić is in panic. Serbia can be accused of being a state that sponsors terrorism. In addition, somehow it happened that KFOR let all the participants of the terrorist action escape to Serbia. That is these 45 guys that accused, that I know, 3 are in custody of Pristina. Yet, they are such a new stone around Vučić's neck. How can he arrest them in the middle of the election campaign? But what is worse for him, how can he arrest them when he is their boss? In that panic, he commits an unprecedented vote theft in December on that elections, which was confirmed by other mission of OECD, the USA, and the EU. During that time, the Kosovo government succeeded in 4 municipalities of the north with a Serbian majority, resolves issues from the agreement, license plates, passports, personal documents. Pristina closed parallel institutions, canceled the dinner as a means of payment, and in the same time, in addition, that only this year until now, Serbia sold artillery ammunition to Western companies worth more than $1.6 billion. And that ammunition ended up in the Ukrainian army. But in Serbia, all this goes almost unnoticed. What happened north of Kosovo, or that we sold ammunition for Ukrainian army, almost nobody in Serbia knows that. Why? Is the West silent on Vučić's dictatorship, considering that this is actually the only way to accept an independent Kosovo in Serbia? Is the Vučić regime the best partner for completing this process and signing the final legally binding agreement on the normalization of relations between Serbia and Kosovo? That's our obligation since 2013. We have that obligation. Is his regime also needed for the final solution to the issue of functional state of Bosnia and Herzegovina? It would not be the first time in history that the West solves difficult problems with the help of just such regimes. All that is still a high price for Serbia itself, its citizens, as well as future generations, will have a difficult task to build a modern democratic European Serbia. Serbia must create an alternative to Vucic's policy and regime. The current opposition is only competition, not alternative. I believe that the citizens of Serbia will succeed in doing that. They succeed in overthrowing Milosevic regime, and Vucic will soon be out of use in the West. And when we see that happen, I think in next 2 years at most, that will be the end of Vucic authoritarian regime. Maybe I'm optimistic, but we will see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Surmas. Let me ask a question, please. You did explain it in details, the political profile of Mr. Vucic. And considering his policy and his actions against Kosovo, we in Kosovo see him as a little Putin. And may I ask you, what is your consideration, to compare, what is your comparison between them in your point of view?
What is?
Comparison between Putin and Vucic. In their attitude, in their approach, in their policy, in their authoritarian leaders, and in their exposing threats to peace and security.
They cannot be compared, because Vucic only dream about greatness of Putin, and he can do nothing similar to Putin. And I understand we said in Serbia, if a snake bites you, you are always afraid even of a lizard, you know? And I know that there is any threat to Kosovo and their citizens if we speak about military action and something like that from Serbia. I know that, because I was always in my 22 years in parliament in these committees that work about defense and something like that. But I must tell you that you see what you hear what I said. Vucic is on his knees, but he is controlled by West. And I think that because he controlled Serbia with his authoritarian and such kind of regime, he controlled very well Serbia. West needs him for finish the job in Western Balkans, and that job will be positive for every one of us, because we will have peace and we will have security, and all of us will be a part of Euro-Atlantic world. We are the part of that, but not institutionally yet. Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia, Montenegro is partially with NATO, North Macedonia, Albania, but not the members of EU and something like that. We must complete that. And I think the dialogue is solution. Vucic now, I say that when I have a chance, and it's not so often, but Vucic now it's more businessman than politician. He wants to be on power since 2027 to complete everything with Expo 2027 and budget and everything else, and he day by day with some of his actions. But you see, he cannot do nothing. He can't change nothing what's happened on north of Kosovo. in these 4 municipalities. He can't do nothing.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much. But there is also Bańska of last year. That's why I asked you to make a comparison between Putin and Vucic. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to invite Mr. Vlahovic, former Foreign Affairs from yeah.
Should say
yeah,
minister. I was
minister.
not
Foreign,
the ministry,
foreign
but
minister.
the minister. Yeah, thank you.
Foreign Minister of Montenegro, yeah. And let's start with one question, Mr. Vlahovic. What are the specific threats to the Balkan stability and peace regarding authoritarian regimes? Which are your opinion on the developments, recent developments regarding regimes in context of democracy in our region?
Thank you very much indeed. I do apologize for correction of mine, so Minister.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people back home are pleased
It's
with that. Some,
missing in my
others are
paper,
not
so
pleased. Some others
I
are not pleased.
apologize.
It's my habit to correct people on that one.
Yeah.
I was, of course, honored to be to have that kind of accident in my life, to be the minister just in the most important period of our recent history. That is the regaining of independence back in 2006. But first, let me start, for me, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Musliu and friends from OCTOPUS for giving me the opportunity to be together with you today. For me, being in Kosovo, back in Kosovo, is always a special thing, special emotion, since I was born in Kosovo. I was born in Đaković and Đakova a long time ago. And my father, we lived there very shortly for 6 years, and my father was a judge. My mother was a teacher in the high school there. And my dear friend Ender Hoxha remembers some of the students of my mother eventually became the professors of Mr. Hoxha when he was studying here. So for me, it's always a special kind of opportunity to be in Kosovo. Concerning the very topic of today, I would like to observe that medal from the other side, because more or less we do agree here about the malign influence of Russia and the proxies of Russia and the platforms of Russia in the region, primarily Serbia, primarily the regime of now Aleksandar Vucic of Serbia, although when you see the parameters, the contents of this kind of rule in Serbia does not differ that much from the previous situation with Milosevic and some other people, where maybe given the historical context, Mr. Vucic does not have neither the means, nor the money, nor the possibility to influence or try to influence the neighboring countries in a dramatic, drastic, and even tragic way, as it was the case with Mr. Milosevic. Now the means are different. The means are some kind of the Russian/Serbian version, if I may, of soft power, of the influence through the other means, primarily if that should be repeated at all, through the main agent of Serbia in the region, which is the Church of Serbia, Serbian Orthodox Christian Church. So consequently, I would like to see the other side of the medal, which is actually the West, the Euro-Atlantic community. Long story short, and with certain simplification and with my apology, as a former also ambassador to Washington, I should be careful not to criticize our dear friends from America drastically, but sadly enough, we could say, if we limit ourselves to analyze the situation in Western Balkans from, for example, as Mr. Shormas has mentioned, 2013 or 2012, it's a very poor performance. The influence of Russia in our region is greater and more efficient, unfortunately, and more negative, and with the consequences which are pretty bad, because the West has not reacted accordingly or appropriately, because the West has misunderstood the situation and was late with certain reactions and even certain interpretations, including in the brackets the interpretation of the political changes in Montenegro back in 2020. Believe it or not, for example, the US Embassy and the UK Embassy in Montenegro and some other even European countries embassies in Montenegro have understood and were explaining these kind of changes as some kind of emancipatory role of the Serbian church in the context of the necessity for democratic transformation of our country, which is nonsense, to put it mildly. So if we limit our analysis, very brief analysis, from the period when Donald Trump was the president, and accordingly Mr. Richard Grenell was the main diplomat for our part of the world, we can see that actually, even in comparison with that period, which is, if I'm not mistaken, 2016-2020, we are still living in some kind of stagnation with some elements of regression. So whatever we are trying to analyze in our region, Bosnia-Herzegovina as such, Republic of Serbia within Republic of Serbia versus and with the Republic of Kosovo, the events in Montenegro, the developments in North Macedonia, we can see that first there is a somehow unlogical continuation of certain patterns and certain strategic mistakes of the Trump administration, which actually were extended during the Biden administration, where in both cases there is a very present and very drastic both presence and influence of Russia in the region, in a way which is detrimental for Bosnia and Herzegovina, which remains, unfortunately enough, a divided and dysfunctional country first. Then, instead of progressing towards the EU, where Montenegro was quite close to the next stage in 2018, we had a regression, a pretty drastic waste of historic time from 2018 to 2024 for today. And then to some extent, with some of the elements Mr. Shormas has just mentioned in recent months, maybe one could say with a very benevolent attitude, if you want very optimistic state of mind, that there are some developments in the context of Belgrade-Pristina, that is Republic of Serbia, Republic of Kosovo dialogue, where certain technical issues and the situations were resolved volens nolens by the Belgrade regime in a way which was, or could have been resolved years ago. Where, of course, let me not, how to say, forget that, and that is, as they say, an elephant in a very small room. There is this open issue which has actually suffered from the transformation into the very negative context and the explanations and interpretations which are pretty negative and disturbing ones, and that is the Association of Serbian Municipalities, where instead of some kind of precondition for the recognition of Serbia, for the recognition of Kosovo by Serbia at the beginning of dialogue, it has actually, for a number of different reasons, we don't have time to explore or to explain all of them, is now in some kind of even unspoken understanding as some kind of new version in a miniature, how to say, in a smaller context, in a smaller container, the repetition of the Republika Srpska story in the territory of Kosovo. Of course, we are assured by the international community, by the US embassy and some other embassies, by the Brussels, that that is not the case, that cannot be the case. But when you see the Russian influence in the region, it starts with the overall social and political life in Serbia, with the media situation in Serbia, which is also has reflections in all of our countries, especially as we speak in Bosnia, Herzegovina and Montenegro, and to some extent also in North Macedonia, where the whole paradigm is somehow, how to say, explained as Russia is backing historic, justified interests of Serbian people, and all of us, others, are actually trying to negate that historic, justified interests of Serbian people in various forms, even in our countries. So the paradigm so the whole concept is just the replica with certain, or these are the serial of replicas with certain small adjustments country by country. One story about the so-called endangered Serbs is applied or present in Bosnia and Herzegovina in part which is called Republika Srpska. The other concept, the other interpretation, the other propaganda is being used for Montenegro. And of course there is an, if I may say, as a born Kosovar, there is the new historic stage of the Belgrade propaganda where they, inverted commas, triple inverted commas, are trying to protect their people in Kosovo. let me say, as Vlahovic, born in Kosovo, being a Montenegrin, that's a historical lie which lasts from, if I'm not mistaken, 1912. Belgrade has never been doing that. And that is why we are now in the situation as we are, where at the end of the story, I'm glad that I was the part of the Montenegrin administration which has advocated and recognized eventually Kosovo together with our Macedonian friends. So the bottom line is very realistically / optimistic. With the new European Commission, one can only hope with Mrs. Kallas and Mrs. Kos, which is very positive. These are both positive changes in respective positions within the EU Commission. One can only hope that there will be a kind of rereading or reinterpretation of the Western Balkan situation as a general and situations in country by country, both in Brussels and in Washington, because we need that. And I end with the most, how to say, a fresh example, which was very present in our political life and political developments even a year ago. I recall one of our discussions with Mr. Shormaz and me in Radio Free Europe of so-called Open Balkans, where, let me remind you, and I end with that strangely but also logically enough, that was an anti-European concept, of course, which was in certain moment, which was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, supported by this list of addresses: a regime of Aleksandar Vučić in Belgrade, the puppet proxy regime in Banja Luka of Milorad Dodik, the State Department, and the Russian MID, Russian Foreign Ministry. They were all repeating the mantra that Open Balkans supports the communication and cooperation among the countries and the peoples of Western Balkans and could be, quote unquote, a useful platform for the EU integration of the Western Balkans, which is again nonsense, and which was proven nonsense. So instead of having new experiments of this kind, I do hope that some prospects and some anticipations saying that the new EU Commission is going to change the plate, as we say, change the music, and that our friends in Brussels will try to accelerate the process of European integration in alphabetical order: Bosnia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, is something which is realistic perspective. And with our common hope, I believe, that Madame Harris will win in Washington, then we could have a hope to not only progress towards Euro-Atlantic institutions, but also to counter the very malign Russian influence in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vlahovic.
Appreciate it.
I know I don't have any specific question to you, but you mentioned some mistakes in the approach of United States and Western countries toward our problems in the region. What should or what can do differently, or in your point of view, what should they change in their approach toward Western Balkans, let's say, to avoid such threats as you explored in your speech?
Okay, there are different types of answers here. Very brief. One is to change the attitude towards Mr. Vučić, since the Kosovo issue. Instead of that, they have permitted him and the regime there and the overall Serbian political structures, Serbian Church included, Church of Serbia included, to actually jeopardize and to worsen the situation in all other countries, having an excuse that there is a historic appeasement is actually prolonged for which is now 12 years without concrete result, then it's a wrong policy. And I would expect in State Department, given the fact that Mr. Hill, the ambassador in Belgrade, is obviously the head of regional operations, that Mr. O'Brien and some other people who would hopefully join him or maybe replace some of his colleagues, if and when Mrs. Harris will win the elections, could actually come with a new concept where it would be relatively easy to observe what was wrong and not so easy to find the alternative, I admit. But nevertheless, the first step should be done to realize that this is wrong, this is inefficient, and it provokes more problems than solutions it creates. So one thing in diplomacy is the proclaimed policy, which we all could agree both with Brussels and US. Entirely different issue is how you actually operate with these principles of yours.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Vlahovic, former foreign minister of Montenegro, yeah. And let's have now our friend Gora Kuchkuchi, Dr. Gora Kuchkuchi, expert of international relations from Kosovo. Gora Kuch, please, the word is yours.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Today I will discuss Russia's hybrid warfare in the Western Balkans, focusing on its geopolitical strategies and the use of proxy actors to exert influence in the region. This analysis comes from the broader context of Russia's ambitions to prevent closer integration of the Western Balkans with NATO and the European Union. Russia's hybrid warfare in the Balkans involves both Russia hybrid warfare in the Balkans involves both direct and indirect tactics. These tactics include media manipulation, cyber attacks, and the use of proxy actors such as Serbia, Republika Srpska, and the Serbian Orthodox Church. Let me start by providing a bit of historical background. Historically, Russia's involvement in the Balkans dates back to Tsarist times, Komyavkov for Slavophile 1839 and Franjoza for Slavic living space, with a vision of uniting Slavic peoples under Russian leadership. Then also Serbia with Nachrtanje by Ilya Garshanin. Even after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia's geopolitical ambitions in the region remain strong. I think we know the Dugin's plan for the Eurasia plans, multipolarity of the world, Moscow-Peking coalition, today BRICS, etc. In fact, President Vladimir Putin has described the dissolution of the Soviet Union as the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century, indicating his intent to restore Russian influence, particularly in regions like the Balkans and Ukraine. Based on the theoretical analysis, we found that Russia toward Western Balkan countries used two models of influence, indirect from an form and indirect form. In indirect form with the two types, first rough proxy states actors like Serbia, Republika Srpska, and second proxy non-state actors, Orthodox Church associations, organizations, various interest groups, political parties, media, etc. The difference between the direct and indirect form lies in the engagement of plan implementation. In the direct form, it affects the proxy itself, while in the second form, it uses the proxy to create other proxies. One of the primary tactics is the media manipulation. Russia-controlled outlets such as Sputnik and Russia Today spread disinformation tailored to the region. These narratives often exploit ethnic tensions and historical grievances, creating division within and between countries in the Balkans. By controlling the media narratives, Russia can influence public opinion and undermine trust in Western institutions like NATO and EU. Another key aspect of hybrid warfare is cyber attack and electoral manipulation. Russia has interfered in several elections, particularly in Montenegro and North Macedonia, to support pro-Russian or anti-Western candidates. By manipulating electoral processes, Russia aims to destabilize political systems and maintain influence through political leaders who are sympathetic to its goals. But perhaps the most critical part of Russia's hybrid strategy is the use of proxy actors. These actors can be divided into state and non-state categories. On the state side, Serbia and Republika Srpska are crucial allies for Russia in the Balkans. Serbia's historical and cultural ties to Russia make it a key partner in resisting Western influence. Similarly, Republika Srpska, an autonomous entity within Bosnia and Herzegovina, aligns closely with Moscow's geopolitical objectives, supporting separatist movements and opposing NATO integration. On the non-state side, Russia uses entities such as the Serbian Orthodox Church, pro-Russian media outlets, and civil society groups to exert influence more covertly. These actors play a significant role in shaping public opinion and creating a favorable environment for Russian intervention. To illustrate these tactics, let's briefly consider two case studies, Montenegro and North Macedonia. In Montenegro, Russia strongly opposed the country's NATO membership and was even implicated in a coup attempt in 2016 aimed at overthrowing the pro-Western government. Despite these efforts, Montenegro joined NATO in 2017. However, recent political developments show continued Russian and Serbian influence, particularly in elections and census processes, which are manipulated to favor pro-Russian candidates. I want to mention the tweet status of Igor Dodik, son of Milorad Dodik, who said that he helped the Prime Minister of Montenegro spies to build the political party. In North Macedonia, Russia's goal was to block the country's accession to NATO by supporting anti-Western media and political movements. Leaked documents revealed that Russian agents financed pro-Russian outlets and politicians, steering ethnic tensions and opposing to the Prespa agreement, which resolved the country's name dispute with Greece. Despite these efforts, North Macedonia joined NATO in 2020, although Russian interference continues to pose challenges. We must remember the influence of Russia on the 2016 US presidential election, particularly through the dissemination of fake news originating from Macedonia, giving Russia significant impact on elections in various Western Balkan countries and beyond. Our institute has adopted and is currently investigating elections using the term geopolitical elections. This approach reflects the growing recognition of external geopolitical forces shaping electoral outcomes. The broader implication of Russia's hybrid warfare in the Western Balkans is that it is part of a larger geopolitical strategy to challenge Western dominance and promote a multipolar world order. By destabilizing the Balkans, Russia not only weakens NATO and the EU, but also strengthens its influence over this strategically important region. In conclusion, Russia's hybrid warfare in the Western Balkans is highly effective because it exploits the region's vulnerabilities, ethnic divisions, weak political institutions, and cultural ties to Russia. Countering this influence requires a coordinated Western response that includes strengthening democratic institutions, cybersecurity, and independent media. The stakes are high. If the Western Balkans continue to destabilize, it will not only affect regional security, but also have wider implications for global stability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Gurkus. Let me ask you a question about hybrid threats and hybrid warfare in our region, due to the fact that Russia has its interests in the Balkans, and in order to meet its interests, it has to manipulate public opinion in different countries, such as in Montenegro, Northern Macedonia, etc. But how can we confront effectively operations of influence within the context of hybrid warfare in our region?
I must to mention something that the index of democracy in the global stage, saying that the democratic states and the autocratic states are going to be equal. And too many democratic states in in other part of regions, but also in the Western Balkans, are going to be authoritarian regimes or hybrid regimes with tendency to be authoritarian regimes. This is the impact of direct of Russia and also other countries that are with authoritarian regimes. And we need, in the first time, to make democratic countries with strong institutions, and I think it's the best way to make sovereignty countries that can protect their country from every influence in sporadic attacks like Banska or other attacks we are seeing in Kosovo lastly. Too many cases in north of Kosovo that comes to explode some cars or attack some people. All of these attacks are the part of hybrid warfare. So we need to make a strong military, strong police, and strong institution in democratic way. Not only Kosovo, but all the countries of the Western Balkans, but we need also to cooperate more with each other and also with NATO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Faleminderit shumë, tani do doja që për disa minuta ta kalojmë ta përfshijmë gjithashtu angazhimin e audiencës, në qoftë se do të kemi pyetje, komente dhe do të marrim përgjigjet e panelistëve nga ky sesion. Po, zotëriu atje.
Hello, yeah. First of all, thank you for being here and taking your time. Thank you to OCTOPUS for organizing this conference. My question goes to Dr. Sormaz. I wanted to ask regarding the deal that the EU is trying to sign with Serbia regarding raw materials. There was quite a sizable protest after this came out in the media, and I guess from that we can see how the public opinion is regarding that deal. And on the other hand, I see it as this appeasement coming from the Western world. This deal plays a crucial role in how it affects that appeasement. So, speaking of carrots and sticks, I think that having a lithium hub for Vučić in Europe is a quite valuable carrot. So I just want to know your opinion on how you think this will develop in the years to come. Thank you.
First of all, there is no deal. It's probably a wrong interpretation in media, especially in Serbian media. There is no deal between Serbia and the EU if we speak about that issue of mining of lithium. Serbia is a candidate country, and we have our obligation to respect and all policies of EU, and you mentioned that is the one of policies that how you say materials for critical materials, something like that, for green agenda for EU, and it is very important in couple of chapters that we negotiate with EU, not only in one chapter. You know, there is ecological problems, there is mining, there is economy, and then we speak about economy in especially Germany, car industry and something like that, and they want that lithium, but there is no deal. It's a matter of Serbia. Chancellor Scholz said that in Belgrade. It's a thing that is something that Serbia must solve. That are they have a mining or not? It's a matter of Serbia, nothing else, nobody else, and no EU. But he had a problem. Do you know what is the biggest problem for Vučić? I don't say that in this. Geography is the biggest problem for Vučić. if Serbia was neighboring country to Russia, like Belarus, probably the Vučić regime and the Serbian country will be worse than Belarus in that situation. But we have geography. For him, geography problem. We are surrounded with EU countries, with NATO countries. Serbia is a part of Western world, cannot be a part of Russian world. And one of his problem is that. And when I said that I think that his power is they has declined, the reason is why I say that he cannot do anything in Serbia now in these days. You see, lithium, he had a problem with public. I think now it's 70% of people in Serbia is against that mine. Then we desperately need nuclear power plant. We desperately need, and I think that will be the problem for Kosovo too, because coal is something that is not acceptable for EU. And I think that we produce energy from coal, I think something like 70% in Serbia, and that's the problem. And the best way to solve that problem is nuclear power plant. But we need 10 years for something like that. And strong support of public. Because his government is corrupt government, he will never have support for that, from public. And if he's try to put that question on agenda, he will have problem. He can't do nothing about military. Changes in military that he try now draft again, and young people don't want to go to the army, and even for 75 days. Now we have this list of waiting in medical terms for operations, something like that. That's the big problem in Serbia. More than 60,000 people wait for operation of, I don't know, knee or something like that. He promised that he will solve that. He will never solve that. Why? Because corrupt system that do that. He must have only one law, and to separate public service from private service. That one doctor, for example, can work in both service in one day, and then he said sit in public service in state hospital, and said to his clients, come to me in afternoon and I will solve your problem, but in private clinic, you know. And that's corruption. And that's the problem, big problem in Serbia. But if he put that law in the parliament, he will turn the medical staff, the whole medical system against him. And he is in problem. Every day he is in bigger and bigger problem. And if we have finished dialogue, I look at you. If we finish dialogue and everything, and that problem of relations, Belgrade and Pristina, make smaller, smaller, and smaller, his problem at home will be bigger, bigger, and bigger. And when we finish a dialogue with Pristina, I'm sure that will be the fast finish of Vučić regime in Belgrade.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sormas. We have another guest who wants to make a question or any comment. Yeah. Please, Professor.
Faleminderit. Bëri përshtypje komunikimi shumë I drejt për drejt ish ambasadorit Vlahović si një fisnik malazez që është sigurisht e ka përdorur edhe këtë gjuhë këtu. Unë jam Sadri Ramabaja, drejtuesi I Institutit Shqiptar për Gjeopolitik. Konkretisht, konkluza e tij se ambasada e Shtetit Bashkuar të Amerikës e Britanisë Madhe, po edhe miqve tjerë, partnerëve tjerë, e kanë keq kuptuar pozicionin e kishës serbe në Malin e Zi dhe i kanë shuar terren veprimi Serbisë si rezultat kishim ndryshimin e situatës politike atje, pozicionimin e ri të një pjesë të mirë të qeverisë Malit Zi atje, por e konstatoj edhe faktin se me zgjedhjet e fundit lokale për kryeqendrën e Malit të Zi, Podgoricën, rritën shpresat për një rikthim të pozicionimit të ri të Malit të Zi. Ai pohoi edhe faktin se Ballkani i hapur është kuptuar si një mantër edhe nga SBA-ja, edhe nga Rusia dhe Serbia, për një ripozicionim të Serbisë. Zoti ambasador, a mund të jemi në prag të një rreziku të ri që kjo mantër të ripërtrihet edhe pas nëntorit, pavarësisht se kush vije në shtëpinë e bardhë, dhe të provohet tutje tërheqja e Serbisë nga sfera e ndikimit rus përmes dhënjes së Republikës Srpska, përmes ndikimit fuqishëm, ndoshta edhe më të fuqishëm në Malzi dhe një tentative për përsëritjen e agresionit në veriun e Kosovës. Faleminderit.
Yes, the answer is unfortunately positive. I think that there is a consensus among all reasonable people, irrespective of their political affiliation or orientation, including those friends of ours in America, that the return of Donald Trump to the White House could be detrimental for the whole world, where, of course, Balkans would not be on the front pages of the U.S. priorities, but that is even worse. So when you observe, even from the, I would say, so-called ordinary citizen point of view, one can detect very easily that Mr. Vučić, Mr. Dodik, Mr. Orban, Madame Le Pen, Signor Salvini, some others, are actually cheering for the possibility, de facto, from our perspective, Mr. Grenell to return to be the chief diplomat of Donald Trump in the Balkans. Since we know, of course, the Austrians, you have right-wing populists all over the place, including, of course, in Montenegro, the present Prime Minister, Mr. Spajic, is a great fan of Mr. Trump, and he even claims the so-called Project 2025, which is an infamous set of ideas, is actually only the repetition or replica of his own program, Europe Now #2 in Montenegro, which is, of course, ridiculous, but nevertheless, that is the position of our Prime Minister for the time being. So when you see that Mr. Grenell is now organizing the Serbian diaspora in America to support Mr. Trump, one can easily predict what would be the U.S. policy vis-à-vis the Western Balkans if there could be a return of Mr. Trump to the White House. Concerning, just to maybe an additional explanation, you know, in Montenegro, the trigger for the so-called religious procession kind of political movement there was the draft of the law on religious freedoms in Montenegro, which was, I was present physically because I was then the ambassador to the Holy See, and I traveled to Venice to observe and listen to the examination of that law by the Venice Commission. And strangely enough, or logically enough, the very draft was supported by each and every of the Orthodox Christian countries, all the countries which are, by their population, predominantly Orthodox Christian ones, which means not only Russia, Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, Cyprus, North Macedonia, Ukraine as well, of course. With one exception, there was a gentleman from Serbia, a deputy justice minister who, of course, by definition in these kind of cases, he was a Montenegrin by origin, and he was fervently, in a very broken English, very much against the law, draft of the law itself. And there was one abstention. There was a gentleman from Banja Luka, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, who said, quote unquote, I admire Montenegro that much that I cannot vote against Montenegro. but in the same time I'm a Serb, so I cannot vote for this law. Back home in Montenegro, it was interpreted that the Church of Serbia has gained an enormous victory in Venice Commission, that the law was proclaimed anti-Orthodox Christian, even anti-Christian in its essence. And long story short, now I have to abbreviate and to go to the final chapter of that very sad and unfortunate story, and to some extent even ridiculous one, that the US interpretation and the UK interpretation was precisely that we, then the government of Montenegro and the authorities in our country, are trying to suppress the religious rights of Christians, which is nonsense, of course, but that was the paradigm, that was the mantra, that was the propaganda which was actually backing in classical political terms, in traditional political vocabulary, that would be a counter-revolution, which we were faced with back in 2020. So consequently, the repetition of that kind of short-sightedness on the side of the Western friends could be very detrimental, could be absolutely detrimental for Montenegro, but I think Montenegro, to be very frank with you, it's only a minor issue in this minor element in this puzzle, a small piece of the puzzle. I think the entire Western Balkans could be in clear and imminent danger if there is a new Trump administration. That is, when you read what Mr. Vance, the running mate of Mr. Trump, is saying, yesterday evening they had a very interesting duel, the two vice presidential candidates, you can detect that that is some kind of, he is de facto a proxy of Putin. I mean, the whole Republican ticket is a kind of ticket of Mr. Putin. They are saying things which the entire entourage in Kremlin would gladly subscribe to. So I think that this is, there is no any kind of, you don't need to be, as they say, rocket scientists to understand this kind of formula which could be applied to the Western Balkans in the context of the forthcoming elections in America. I think it's pretty dramatic and it's clear-cut. Either we are going to be faced with a catastrophe, and then we are going to deal, and I end with that, with some kind of crisis management on long term. We should be, how to say, prepared to survive next 4 years, or we are going to have and I think that my dear friend Enver Hoxha has mentioned that, and we talked about that. We had a certain seminar back in prison 10 days ago. There is a necessity of our countries, of all the people of Euro-Atlantic orientation, however they may be marginal, as it is unfortunately the case in Serbia, or in opposition, as it is the case in Montenegro, or both in government and in opposition, as it is the case in Kosovo. Or Bosnia is very complicated in that context, but nevertheless you have also there, both in government and in opposition, Euro-Atlantic people who are oriented towards Europe and Euro-Atlantic integrations. We should cooperate, communicate. We should find a way to pass our message both to Brussels and Washington that there should be dramatic changes in their attitude if they want to have positive developments in our countries. Otherwise, we can drag on with this kind of situation with Trump or without Trump, with the same inefficiency and with the same problems for years to come, which could be detrimental. And then whether we are going to have repetition of Banjska or any other kind of accident, voluntary, intentional accident, or not, that would be only a matter of time.
Thank you, Mr. Vlahovic. Any other guest who wants to? Yeah, we have another one.
Thank you, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here in this international conference. I am Yetan Brejshori, and I'm a sociologist. I would like to ask 2 questions for Dr. Sormaz. First question is regarding to media. Željko Mitrovic is the owner of Pink Media, which is really strong media and spread all around the world, and is also a very close friend to Aleksandar Vučić, the president. Because you live in Belgrade and we live here and maybe you have more information, is it true that all the finances Pink Media are coming from Russia? This is the first question. And second question is, do you agree with Mr. Nenad Čanak that he said that Milosevic and now Vučić, wherever they are protecting Serbs outside the Serbia, they are doing more damages than the protections because they are using them just to strengthen their power inside the Serbia, but actually they are doing more damages and Serbs are gone from that places. Thank you.
Second question. You may ask my friend who is in front of you about my relation with Nana Chanak. We are great friends. And is that Mark? Yeah. We are great friends and we are cooperate now about creating something new in Serbia with young guys, not with us. If we speak about pink media, that is that is not true information that you have. And now I'm going to tell you something what may be paradox for you, but Pink TV and Pink Media have a great support of Ambassador Hill, US ambassador. And Željko Mitrović drive the car all over the Belgrade with American flag. Yeah, many times, not once. He lived in London. He's often in America. He had a contract with movie companies, big movie companies, biggest movie companies from America. And he speak openly and frequently against Russia. But his television is something else. His program on Pink TV is unfortunately something else. I said from the place when I sit this morning that many of that is schizophrenic in Serbia, especially foreign policies. But now, and I will be short because we must go to lunch, everyone is hungry. But I must say something from history. History is a science and history is very, very complicated science. But you know, Kosovo and Vojvodina have in Yugoslavia or Republic in Serbia in Tito's time the same position. You have now, from where is Mr. Chanak, you have now still autonomy province of Vojvodina, but Vučić don't call that part of Serbia autonomy province of Vojvodina. He called them North Serbia. You know, but do you know how Vojvodina became a part of Serbia? After the war in 1918, that was the part of Hungary, Austrian Empire, Vojvodina, Srem, and part of Vojvodina is Baranja. Now it's that a part of Republic of Croatia. Became a part of Kingdom of Serbia before creation of Yugoslavia. And do you know who first recognized that part of that's part of Kingdom of Serbia? United States of America and President Woodrow Wilson. We may speak how Tito became on power, what happened in '48. You know now how it's very difficult to help when we see how West on difficult way helping Ukraine. I think on difficult way. I think that they can do much more and much better. And they are so strong that they can do that. America, EU, and other 50 countries, all the same 50 countries that support Ukraine. But in one decision, USA give to Yugoslavia, towards Tito, 600 planes in '48. 600 planes to defend him, and several thousand of tanks to defend Yugoslavia of Stalin's aggression, possible aggression. If we speak about Republic of Srpska, what is the born place when is born Republic of Srpska? Dayton, USA. Who bring the Dodik on power? Americans. In armed vehicle. In armed vehicle. He was brought to building of government of Republic of Srpska in American armed vehicle, literally, you know. And now we have a dialogue between Serbia, Belgrade, and Pristina, Serbia, and Kosovo. That's why I said, let's finish that dialogue. Let's finish that dialogue. If it's possible sooner, it's much better than later. In that dialogue, we have Serbia, we have Kosovo, and we have EU. But everybody look what happened in Washington and what Washington said. And they are not officially part of dialogue, you know. It's very complicated situation in Serbia, but I think that we have ground to rule down the Vučić. This is the third time that I said that. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sormas. I think we came to the end of this session, but before we leave, let me conclude that our region needs a new approach from Euro-Atlantic community in order to stop hegemonic policy of Serbia and to foster the Euro-Atlantic integration process of Western Balkans, as Mr. Vlahovic just explained it minutes before, as an only path for stability and security in our region. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us in this session.
Thank you, all of you. You are all invited for lunch in restaurant, please. Enjoy it for an hour. We're going to see each other here still again. Përshëndetje prapë mas drekës. Hello again after the lunch. I have to apologize all of you because we used to have some technical mistakes here, but it's normally when you organize the big thing as today's conference, it happens. Let me introduce the third panel and the last panel, which is with dignitary Mr. Ivan Videnovic, professor from Belgrade, Mr. Ivica Mandic, military analyst from the Croatia, Bleta Brovina, expert in international relations of Kosovo, OCTOPUS Institute researcher, and Ms. Jennifer Cassidy again, second time today, and with speaker of moderating with Besim Dina, which is very well-known artist in Kosovo. Besim, I delegate start to you.
Faleminderit Agim, faleminderit OCTOPUS, faleminderit mysafir që gjendeni në sallë dhe falenderim special për panelistët. Mirë se vini në Republikën e Kosovës. Për ju që s'me njeh, unë jam një komedian i njohur në Kosovë, i dashur për publikun. Po dilema ishte pse po flas këtu, po du mi relaksu pak se jemi mbledh për promovim të paqes, sa pi kuptoj unë. Si shtet pro-perëndimor, ne jemi pro-paqes, Kosova dhe bota perëndimore. Pse dikush thot humoristi me udhëheq këto, sepse vetë jeta mendoj që është humor. Edhe lufta është humor, por jo për viktimat që vdesin nëpër betejë, por për politikant që nxisin luftrat. Ata janë humoristat këqi se bëjnë humor të zi. Jean-Paul Lacroix thotë humoristat e zi janë shpirt këqi. Ju faleminderit. Ndërsa për përpilim të pyetjeve kisha dilemë çfarë pyetje me përpilu, edhe më lindi ideja mi pyet AI-n, inteligjencën artificiale. Më tha AI-ja, çfarë tema është? Thash, lufta hibride, Rusia dhe Serbia, ndikimin në Ballkan. Tha unë nuk jam me formune për këtë punë, thonë jam për dashni, për gjërat bukra. Tha, për avancim teknologjik, për lehtësimin e jetës së njerëzve në planetin Tokë. Shka më bëu, tha, si inteligjenca artificiale s'mujmet një mukur gjoh, tha, drejtohu të inteligjenca natyrale e njerëzve, të cilën e keni bëu dhe më artificiale se une. Atëherë kërkova ndihmë prej një inteligjence natyrale, prej një njeriu, dhe mi kanë përpilu pyetjet. Kështu që po fillojmë. Faleminderit shumë për durimin. Pyetja e parë është për zotin Videnovic. Si ka ndryshuar perceptimi i Rusisë në Serbi që nga fillimi i konfliktit në Ukrainë?
Thank you, and thank you for introducing me. I'm not that much popular in my public. I must say, I'm not like you, I envy you, you know. So, actually, this is the main topic. Your question is very much in place. This is the main topic of my addressing. But before that, I would like to thank OCTOPUS Institute and Mr. Musliu for inviting me to this conference to speak and to be able to address to you. This is my first time stepping my foot on Kosovo. since winter 1997, I believe, when I was last time skiing in Brezovica. And after that, since many, many years, I haven't been here. So before I start with answering your question, I would like to use this opportunity to ask for forgiveness, to ask the Kosovo people here in this room and Kosovo public in general for forgiveness for all the human loss, all your friends, families, your fellow citizens, and for all the grief, pain, and sorrow that my country imposed on you in 1998 and 1999. I would also like to ask for forgiveness my fellow Serbians from the Kosovo North for many years of deceiving and lies that they have been exposed to from Belgrade political elites, holding them as human shield and holding them as hostages of policies which were only on their own benefit, not the benefit of these people, and which were only had a purpose in electoral campaigns. So them also I would like to ask for forgiveness. I cannot pretend that I speak on behalf of Serbian people. I don't have that legitimacy. But I can speak, and I have legitimacy, of 5,000 people who have been voting for the policy that I represent today here in December general elections 2023. That was the first time that this policy has been officially presented to the Serbian electorate and run for the support in Serbian public, and 5,000 people have voted for that option in spite of all the media blockage, in spite of cultural division of media, in spite of all the ignoration and, pressure to vote for bigger opposition parties, which have better chances to take places in the parliament. There were 5,000 people who voted for that. And these very 5,000 people would join me today before you asking for forgiveness of what our country has imposed in Kosovo in the war. These 5,000 people will probably like, and they still cannot, go and lay flowers to Batajnica. It's a suburb of Belgrade, where there is a police training polygon where 750 Kosovo people have been buried. We still cannot go there and lay flowers and pay our respects to them. So 5,000 is not the big number. The elections didn't go very well for us, but at least this is something to start with. So coming to your question, Ukraine resonates generally, globally. Ukraine resonates very strongly in general public, imposing huge, unprecedented level of unity in the Western world, in Europe and in the US, in general West, and extraordinary events like broadening of the world's largest military alliance for 2 new countries. So it has, the whole thing like aggression to a sovereign state member of the UN, and ruining cities and destroying infrastructures and trying to impose the foreign will of how a sovereign country will make its own choices about political establishment and the way it develops and the international alliances they chooses is unprecedented. So it actually resonates in one way in the entire Western world, or the other part of the world was more or less kindly, in a way indifferent to that. However, in my country, in Serbia, this aggression resonated differently. Not only that the government, who officially have condemned the aggression on Russia and officially have voted in the UN for expelling Russia from the Human Rights Council have actually factually backed the Russian aggression with not imposing sanctions and not joining the EU and the US and the UK joint policy towards Russia. Not only that, but also that we are the only country on the planet which have seen in several times several thousands of people taking out the streets, cheering and actively supporting Russian aggression on Ukraine, and destroying cities and infrastructure and killing the civilians there. So my question is, and I believe this is your question, how this all happened, and where the entire massive loss of the sense of justice, humanity, and solidarity just vanished from the majority of people in my country. And I believe the answer is that Putin's aggression on Ukraine very much resembles Milosevic's aggression on Yugoslavia in the 90s. Very much following the same playbook, very much following the same steps, and this is why all these people who don't really see anything. I mean, we have to be aware. After 12 years of radical party, I would say, not really progressive party, but radical party ruling in Serbia, Milosevic's policies are fully restored in Serbia. Nothing what was put forward there as a policy is now being questioned. On the contrary, is being prized and popularized in media. His people are actually very welcome guests in state-run or state-controlled media. So basically, we have the restoration of Milosevic's policy and his playbook, which is now, to my surprise, completely followed by Putin, is as follows. First, what you do, you weaponize your own national minority in the country, which is in the neighboring country, which occasionally lives in the neighboring country, against the central government and against the ethnic majority of citizens there, and you do that by ruling out the civil state, like equal voting rights state, and political nation, which would in that way be constructed in favor of homogeneous national state, homogeneous national ethnic state. And then in that kind of setup, of course, you ask for your part, and then you have armed insurrection of the local population against the central government, and then you have the so-called motherland, motherland country. You have the intervention under the slogan, "We don't leave our sides, we don't leave ours behind." This is exactly what happened in Russia. They say "Своих не бросаем." That means we don't leave ours behind. Then you have, interestingly, verbatim the same propaganda notes. You have this name calling. You call people of the defending country. You call them either Ustashas, or you call them Balias, or you call them whatever Nazis, like in Ukraine, or you call them. I mean, there is already a linguistic slur in Serbian language for Albanians, so they didn't have to invent it, and this slur is now regularly being used even by government officials and mass media and so on and so on. So it's this kind of setup is absolutely outraging, and then this kind of playbook inevitably ends in in war crimes, inevitably ends in crimes against humanity, and finally genocide. And then you have very long-term marginalization and isolation of your own country, and many people like me today trying to wash those stains from the face of the nations with which these couple of people. And this used to happen with Nazi Germany. This is happening now with Milosevic Serbia, and this is what is going to happen with Putin's Russia. They are going to have a long and painful time of washing the stains of their face. So this support has been very strong in 2022. Now it's a bit relaxed. It's a bit lower. You can see these supports, namely in couple of religious processions. You can see Putin's pictures here and there. It's not that strong as it used to be in 2023, of course, because the special military operation, which was supposed to last 3 days, is now lasting for the third year in a row. So there is only now, but still there is very much alive in Serbian public the hope that Russian tanks will eventually pop up on a Danube shore one day. So at the same time when this happened, there is at the same time when this support to the Russian aggression to Ukraine happened, there was a small but very loud group of people in Serbia who have constantly supported Ukraine and supported Ukrainian refugees and also Russian refugees. We have a lot of them. Russian, basically not refugees. They are not refugees. They are like escapers from the war and escapers from the military. So a very loud group, which have been often smeared by the government officials, by state-controlled media, and even by the angry mobs on the streets. That happened to us even in those riots that Dragan was speaking about in 2023. Those riots were supposedly be anti-violence, but then we were violently attacked by the mob in those riots because those riots, they have not been ideologically set up. They have been against Vučić, against violence, but not with clear ideological foundations. That's why we, as somebody who was bringing new ideology and trying to change the whole political game and paradigm, were seen as somebody who was not very much welcome in this protest. And what is this paradigm of Serbian liberals as we plan to step forward in pursuing this policy? The ground zero of this plan is a total divorce with any political idea that have been alive in the Milosevic area, in Milosevic time. Any string with that policy. So we have seen that Milosevic era has ended, and we have seen that democratically elected leaders have inherited the power after him. However, certain main strings related to national interest, related to the relation specifically with Kosovo, so related to the relation with Montenegro, to the relation with Bosnia and Herzegovina, to the relation with Russia, have not been erased. Even in the governments of Koštunica, Tadić, and nowadays Vučić. So Vučić is not our main target. Vučić is not our main target. Neither removing of Vučić will eliminate our problems. I can tell you, Vučić has passed through the Serbian government unchallenged. He took himself in his own hands all the power in the country, and nobody challenged him. There is no guarantee that if he magically disappears today, there is no guarantee that some other personality from his own party will not take over and say, look, now he's gone, now I'm here, move. I'm now the ruling one. There is no guarantee about that because Serbian society has withdrawn any kind of democratic legitimacy of his own and its own institutions it has been withdrawn. I'm sorry. It has been withdrawn before Alexander Vučić. That's why we target his policies. We target Milosevic policies, and not. And we don't think that Vučić is a cause. Vučić is a consequence of this policy. We stand for the full normalization between Serbia and Kosovo, according to the Franco-German EU plan, Brussels agreements and Ohrid agreements. We consider, now it's very important, we consider Kosovo an independent country. We consider Kosovo an independent country, not only independent country. We want Serbia and Kosovo to be closest neighbors, closest friends and allies. This is what we can achieve. This is what our grandparents and great-grandparents and great-grandparents have achieved. They have never been actually war adversaries until 1998 and 1999. We need to go back to this. We need to go back to this time when we will cherish mutual respect, also build the memory culture, respect each other's victims, memorize them, learn about them, talking in our public about them, and building our societies in open conversations like I hope a couple of us do today. Then we consider joint application of Serbia, Kosovo, and Bosnia and Herzegovina to NATO. To be members of NATO, joint application would be very, very useful one because that will make us allied armies. That will make Kosovo army and Serbian army allies, which, of course, NATO membership does not magically arises all the issues in the politics, but at least it guarantees that they will not be resolved in a violent way. This is important for us with Kosovo. This is important for us with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We also say that Serbia extends to its borders and no further, which means that basically we have an unconditional respect for the territorial integrity and political sovereignty for all new countries arised or created out of former Yugoslavia. Particularly we think about those where there are larger Serbian communities, and we want to make sure that their rights are protected in a close cooperation with the central government of those countries. That's why we say the capital of Serbs in Kosovo is Pristina, the capital of Serbs in Bosnia is Sarajevo, the capital of Serbs in Montenegro is Podgorica. This is a short outline. I will not prolong any further. In conclusion, this is a short outline of the policy that we will try in forthcoming period to present, and to try to rise this 5,000 into more significant number. Liberal Party did not exist under this name in Serbia since the end of 19th century, and we cherish actually the liberal ideas of the French Revolution and of the American Revolution. And we even have our special symbol, which is, as you know, Serbian flag is inverted Russian flag, which is imposed to us by Turkish Sultan and Russian Emperor, with agreement with Austrian Emperor. Originally liberal Serbian Principality flag from 1835 is inverted inverted French flag with red, white, and vertical red, white, and blue, and blue fields, keeping its foundations in the ideas of civil revolution in France in 1789. I thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Faleminderit zoti Videnovic, faleminderit për këto fjalë njerëzore dhe rrjedhimisht e kuptuam që zoti Videnovic është profesor universitar në Beograd dhe një falënderim tjetër special për kërkimfaljen ndaj popullit tonë dhe kam shpresuar që diku në Serbi do të lindë një Willy Brandt. Faleminderit. Po kalojmë te Druže kapetane. Zoti Mandić, kapetani luftanijes në penzion sot dhe analist i shquar i çështjeve gjeopolitike. Mirë se erdhët në Kosovë. Pyetja e parë do të ishte a konsiderohet themelusi, koka, baba i luftës hibride Gerasimov.
Dobar dan, pozdravljam vas sve, posebno direktora instituta, hvala još jednom na pozivu i odmah ćemo krenuti na odgovor. Znači, nikad u povijesti od revolucije 1917. pa do danas vojnici nisu bili ti koji su u Sovjetskom savezu ili u Ruskoj federaciji bili kreatori nekakve politike. I to je jedna zabluda uz mnogo njih, kasnije ćemo i pobrojati, što su došli u Europu, kako je Gerasimov otac nečega. Obzirom na način kako je isplanirana operacija na Ukrajinu, ne mislim da on ima kognitivni kapacitet, tako nešto shvatiti. Međutim, vratimo se nazad. Otac sigurnosne politike, a s tim i vanjske politike Ruske federacije je Evgenij Primakov. I Evgenij Primakov je jedna izuzetno inteligentna jedna osoba koji je definirao 3 komponente ruske vanjske politike. Prva je integrirati, kako se god zna, postsovjetski prostor. Znači, prva je ta. Da li ćemo kroz zajednicu neovisnih država, ZND, da li ćemo ovako ili onako, ali to je integracija njega. Drugo je zaustaviti širenje NATO-a po svaku cijenu. I treće je uspostaviti multipolarni poredak na svijetu u kojem zauzimaju mjesto Sjedinjene države, Indija, Kina, normalno i Ruska federacija. I još jedna stvar koja je jako važna, napraviti jedno savezništvo puno dublje i puno veće sa Kinom. Znači i to danas, to su svi elementi ruske vanjske i sigurnosne politike koji se nisu promijenili onda. Nije ni, ne samo kad je u pitanju general Gerasimov, nego kad je u pitanju Lavrov, ništa on od toga nije promijenio, niti je tome nešto dodao Putin. Ne, to su uzeli i na jedan prilično bestijalan način probali provesti. Taj bestijalan način i Putinov put ka imperatoru, mjestu imperatora, ide čečenskim ratom. To što mora se ovdje reći je da je Zapad nakon završetka hladnog rata naprosto okrenuo glavu na taj čečenski rat. To što se tamo radilo je nešto strašno. Primjera radi strateški bombarder, 27 tona bombi, naiđete i nema borbe, nego se sravni selo. To nije nešto što bi se mi na zapadu u smislu civilizacijskom trebali uopće ponositi. Već tad počeli smo se nauživati sloboda koje nastaje posle završetka hladnog rata i istog dijela smo uradili nešto što je inače nedopustivo. Vojska je došla na marginu gotovo u svim zemljama. Za primjer radi koliko je došla na marginu i saveznog proračuna Savezne Republike Njemačke prošlu godinu, plasmani su 42% za socijalne politike. Znači, 42%. ne ide tako. Počeli smo se igrati ekologijom, počeli smo svačim nečim. Nije ekologija nevažna, ali smo zaboravili uraditi i sjetiti se toga da je sloboda preskupa i da cijelo vrijeme moramo paziti za njom. U tom smislu je Gerasimov, znajući da se zabavljamo sami sa sobom i uživamo kao da smo pobjednici hladnog rata, potpuno opušteni, ne pazeći na svoja društva, osmislio jedan koncept kako da provede u principu ono što je Primakov osmislio. I to je nekakav sukob hibridni, ma šta to značilo, ne postoji inače hibridni rat, jer postoji nehibridni rat, znači svaki rat je hibridni. Ne postoji asimetrični rat, svaki rat je asimetrični, znači ne postoji nešto, naprosto mi smo počeli robovati u Europi tim terminima, recimo teorija asimetričnog rata je više štete nanijela vojskama nego 100 izgubljenih proračuna. Naprosto ne možete neke glave uvjeriti, to tako nešto ne postoji. Svaki rat je asimetričan i svaki je hibridan. Inzistiranje ovdje na poziciji i uporabi meke moći, informacijskih operacija, cyber napada i tako dalje, u smislu da je to zamjena za onu tvrdu moć je potpuna pogreška. Znači, tvrda moć, obrnuta je stvar, Ruskoj federaciji omogućava da provodi ove druge vrste operacije. Bez nje oni su obično šutili. Jedan od tih primjera, dosta dobar, kad su šutili, recimo 1991. rat je u zaljevu, osim par galama nisu ništa uradili, čak niti glasali u Vijeću sigurnosti nisu protiv te operacije. Jer znamo da je napravljena jedna dosta velika koalicija pod George Bushom starijim ocem, koja je osigurala i provela taj rat. Ono kad su prvi put se jedan dio uporavili, to ste vi mogli vidjeti ovdje u Prištini, je proračunat planski upad dijela snaga iz BiH na Prištinski aerodrom. I to nemojte slučajno se desilo, nije se slučajno desilo, jer su računali na jednu stvar koja je imanentna koalicijskom savezničkom ratovanju. Postoje dvije crte zapovijedanja u savezničkom ratovanju. Jedna je domicilni šef države ili vlade, druga je vrhovni zapovjednik savezničkih snaga za Europu. I ovdje da budemo korektni, Tony Blair kao britanski premijer je naredio generalu Jacksonu, bez obzira na Vojislava Kalka, da ne smije ući u Prištinsku luku, jer da on ne želi zbog neke zračne luke izgledati Treći svjetski rat. Ovo vam govorim iz razloga što se nastavljaju u kulturološkom smislu početi se igrati sa nečim što je obrana i nečim što je sigurnost. I puštajući ogroman jedan prostor tome što su Rusi mogli i vidjeli pa su i uradili. Informacijske operacije, operacije utjecaja hibridne nisu one bezvrijedne pa ih se ne treba suprotstaviti. Važno ih se suprotstaviti. Međutim, ono što mi nismo uopće radili jeste da smo sigurnosnim službama osigurali da nam se političke elite ne budu crnim novcem porijeklom iz Ruske federacije zarobljene. I u masu zemalja i u Europskom parlamentu nama se dešava da su nama političke elite zarobljene. Oni moraju tako nešto vratiti. Znači, taj dio posla jeste ciljan i napravljen. I nije svrha hibridnih operacija, nije svrha informacijske operacije da Ruska federacija želi promijeniti ukupno mišljenje nekakve ciljane biračke skupine. Ne. Izabranom političaru osigurati promociju njegovu kroz demokratske institucije vlasti. I to kad nam se desi, to je nešto strašno što možete vidjeti. I to se dešavalo kako u Italiji, u Njemačkoj, tako se dešavalo u Hrvatskoj, tako se dešavalo u svim zemljama. Austriji, kolegica je govorila i tako dalje. Do toga da one institucije koje su zadužene za brinuti se sigurnost, recimo Bundesnachrichtendienst, da tamo nekog šefa uprave koji je zadužen za obranu Savezne Republike Njemačke ili saveznika od cyber napada, njega regrutirate. I tako dalje, i tako dalje. U jednom dijelu što se daje puno veća pozornost utjecaja na, zbog tehnologije izbora u Sjedinjenim državama i načina njihove provedbe, zbog društvenih mreža, poduzimati čitav niz nekakvih operacija da se osigura kandidatu koga mi trebamo da on prođe na izborima. Problem jeste da vam je sigurnosni sustav radio kako treba, naprosto te operacije ne bi bile prošle već, biste davno identificirali tako što. I jedan dio ovog našeg foruma u principu treba biti suočavanje sa samim sobom. To suočavanje sa samim sobom ću ja raditi na jednom primjeru pa da se malo spustimo svi na zemlju. Pazite ovo. Svjetski bruto proizvod je 110.000 milijardi dolara. Od toga NATO zemlje daju 46,9%. NATO zemlje imaju 959 milijuna stanovnika. Od 100 znanstvenih nekakvih rezultata koji su vitalni, koji se postignu, 90 iz područja NATO. Sad kad vi imate takvu moć, a imate ogromnu, u čemu je problem? Da će jedan Hazjajin doći iz Moskve sa 140 milijuna ljudi i osvojiti Ukrajinu. To znači, zlo se uvijek desi kad dobri ljudi ništa ne rade. Čak ću ja upitati sljedeće, kad to tako postavimo, pa smo donijeli zajednički konsenzus odluku, onda ja pitam o čemu uopće Putin odlučuje? Pa ne odlučuje ni o sebi. 1200 milijardi eura je veći bruto proizvod Njemačke godišnje. E sad, kad uzmete, podaci za 2023, uzmete Kinu, Rusku federaciju, uzmete Indiju, uzmete Iran i Sjevernu Koreju. Svi oni skupa zajedno nemaju bruto proizvod kao Sjedinjene države. Znači, u tom smislu je strašno važno da ono što su vrijednosti demokracije, da mi uporabimo svoju moć i to štitimo. I onima koji žele doći živjeti u takva društva, nema ni jednog razloga da se ne pomogne, jer sa ogromnom jednom moći raspolaže. Ogromnom moći. Znači, naša društva su se uspavala i u jednom trenutku je vrijeme buđenja. Vrlo je neugodno. Vrlo je neugodno se probuditi. Znači, izravno kada je u pitanju, recimo, hrvatski primjer, nekih 20 godina zbog vanjsko-političkih ciljeva. Ućemo u NATO, ućemo u Europsku uniju, pa ćemo uraditi ovo i ono. Naprosto vojsku ste stavili van. Sad dolazi račun na plaćanje. To su milijarde eura koje morate izdvajati u relativno kratkom vremenu da bi se taj period od 20 godina nebrige nadoknadili. Problem nije samo nadoknaditi. Problem je urušavanja te strateške kulture, da je važno baviti se svojom sigurnošću, a time se bavite i savezničkom. Jer onda kad vam ne treba nikakva pomoć, za Boga to je najbolji doprinos, kako NATO savezu, tako i EU. Do druge stvari, ako je sigurnost narušena, onda će vam vitalne grane gospodarske naprosto pati. Hrvatska je, recimo, turistička zemlja, ali i prometno postavljena zemlja. Ko će vam ulagati milijarde tamo da imate područje koje ne možete obraniti. Mi se bavimo Rusijom i trebamo se baviti u smislu održanja međunarodnog pravnog poretka. Međutim, problem je krenuo izravno, treba reći, iz naše kuće, ne izvana. Iz naše kuće. Znači, naše kuće, to je taj civilizacijski zapad. Masu nečega što su ovdje prethodnici govorili, posebno gospodin iz Crne Gore, ministar, je nešto što mi nismo uradili. Da vam se desi da nekakvi djelatnici iz nekakvog veleposlanstva Sjedinjenih država u jednom trenutku na svaki način poduzimaju mjere da smijene jednog biskupa ili da zaštite osobu koja je osumnjičena za ratni zločin da bi ostao političar. I sad mi to nećemo prozvati. Znači ono što iz mog iskustva, budite sigurni da je široko s Amerikancima, morate im argumentirano reći u glavu ono što mislite. Bez milosti i bez nekakvog tetošenja. Argumentirano u glavu što mislite. Ono što, i time ću zaključiti, što nešto trebate još razmišljati. Znači, od 1991. godine pa do negdje ozbiljno, do pune agresije, ili Ruske federacije na Ukrajinu, top lideri, kako politički, tako i vojni i sigurnosni, u NATO savezu i Europskoj uniji su se bavili protuterorizmom i protupobunjeništvom. U Europi je rasprava o međudržavnom ratu i njegove budućnosti bila zabranjena. Ta zabrana je naprosto idiotska. Dok države postoje, dok postoje njihovi interesi. Interes države nema etičko obilježje, niti je dobar ni loš, ni pametan, ni glup, on je interes. Rata će biti. Ma šta mi radili, rata će biti. Postoje instrumentariji da probate spriječiti poneki rat. Neki ćete uspjeti, neki nećete. Ali će rata biti u smislu da su ciljevi politike se ostvaruju ratnim sredstvima. Znači neće postojati vrijeme, ni jedno, niti trebamo imati iluzije. Neće se negdje javiti neki vođa rado koji će povesti narodu rat. On će povesti. Šta je lijek tome? Lijek tome da imate ozbiljno izgrađen, nemilitariziran, ozbiljno sigurnosni i obrambeni sustav i da branite sustav vrijednosti taj. To uopće ne znači i nisam sklon onima povjerovati koji vam govore da treba izdvajati preko 2%. Jednog trenutka kad kupite priprosto tenk, kupite danas sljedeći 40 godina nema kupovine tenkova, to mu je životni vijek. Tako da 2% je ogroman novac. Sad kad uzmete proračune zemalja Europske unije i NATO, pa uzmete šta je to 2%. Šta je to 2%? To su ogromni novci. Ali ovo 2% recimo u nekih 10 godina za ovaj prosjek, to je savršeno veliki novac i može se napraviti moderne vojske, moderne službe. Da li službe mogu izići na kraj same jedne nacionalne države? To više ne dolazi u obzir. Znači, međunarodni organizirani kriminal je prijetnja nacionalnoj sigurnosti. To izravno piše u Hrvatskoj strategiji nacionalne sigurnosti. Vi bez suradnje sa drugim zemljama ne možete to iskorijeniti. Ne možete. To se obrću milijarde i milijarde eura u jednom trenutku kad vam kriminal počne birati vladu, postavljati policijske službenike, utjecati na pravosudni sustav i tako dalje. Znači, bez te suradnje neće ići. Samo govorim o jednom segmentu, međunarodni kriminal. Da ne govorimo o nečem posve drugom ozbiljnim stvarima, pokušaj državnog udara u Crnoj Gori. Ono što nas treba zabrinjati je ozbiljno restrukturiranje posebnog gruva kad je u pitanju Ruska federacija iz razloga naučenih lekcija puno propalih nekih operacije. Danas je se puno toga unutar njih promijenilo. Oni su osnivači, utemeljitelji, korisnici i planeri bili Wagner grupe, a nije Prigožin. Prigožin je bio dobar administrator. Wagner grupe, kao što je sad ta Wagner grupa posle nestanka naprosto restrukturirana u jedan ekspedicijski korpus i gle čuda, u masu nekih zemalja u kojima je Zapad imao ogroman utjecaj u Africi, došao je taj Wagner grupa ili je došao ekspedicijski korpus. Znači svagdje gdje mi popustimo i ne radimo svoj posao kako spada, dolaze neki diktatori kojima trebaju takve paramilitarne postrojbe da oni zadrže vlastite režime. Jedan od najvećih sramota Europske unije je odustajanje od Barcelona procesa, kada se trebalo slično kao Maršalov plan posle drugog svjetskog rata u Sjevernu Afriku uložiti na 100 milijardi eura. Naprosto da je razvijete, nemate potrebe da se to iseljava stanovništvo. I gle čuda, sad nam iz Afrike dolaze na 100.000 izbjeglica. Koji ih dovozi? Pa Putin za Boga. Kako? Pa evo, rekli smo, čitao mehanizam. Šta mi radimo? Promatramo i galamimo. Promatramo i galamimo. Znači, promatrati i galamiti nije stvar od mene. Europa posebno mora, pa ću time završiti, mora se sjetiti svog korijena. Završila je Drugi svjetski rat. Zamislite jednog generala Georgea Marshalla koji postaje šef State Departmenta. Koliko je 100.000 američkih vojnika izgubljeno i on je Njemačku bacio na koljena. Bezuvjetna kapitulacija, okupacija zemlje, izdvoje se ogromni novci, pruži se ruka toj Njemačkoj, digne se na koljena i od tada do danas imate mir u Europi. Znači, mir u Europi. Iz tog razloga nekakav drugi način promišljanja da bismo mi riješili kako razvojne, tako sigurnosne probleme od ovoga da dio našeg bogatstva uložimo u te nerazvijene krajeve, bojim se da neće biti ništa. Evo, hvala vam lijepo.
Faleminderit zoti Mandić. Pasi që i keni dëgjuesit, po shfrytëzoj rastin një pyetje të shkurt, a më shumë kanë ngjashmëri apo dallime Moska dhe Beogradin në 19 vjetë?
Mislim da je gospodin tu rekao, sad ću. Znači, Moskva je nešto što je dalo Tolstoja, Dostojevskog, što je dalo masu nečega dobrog ovoga svijeta. Moskva je nešto što je svjetski doseg. Moskva je nešto što je Petar Veliki razvijao na način da je išao u zapadnu Evropu pa gledao kako se to radi. 1918. godine ministar iz Crne Gore govorio o tome. Zamislite vi koliko je to ljudi u balkanskim ratovima, u Prvom svjetskom ratu izginulo, koliko je Srbija dala, a usput budi rečeno imala je vojvode koje je školovala u Londonu i Parizu. To je vrlo važno reći. U Londonu i Parizu. I dođete vi tom ostataka, jer masu intelektualaca izginulo. I u jednom trenutku im vi kažete, vaša država je sad do karavanki. I kako reagiraju? Dvorski, silom. Zašto? Pa ne znaju drugo. Znači, vi imate probleme razvojne, probleme uopće funkcioniranja sustava socijalističkog samoupravljanja. Kako odgovori Milošević? Pa silom. Znači, antibirokratske revolucije, raznorazni mitingi, šta je to? Pa sila. Upad u onaj bankarski sustav, monetarni sustav Jugoslavije, šta je to? Hibridni rat. Protiv koga? Prije svega protiv građana Srbije. Problem je da u jednom trenutku se Srbija nakon svih tih probala odvrgnuti toga i problem je da jedan bivši Titov general Koča Popović, mislim da mu je to jedan zadnji intervju dole u Dubrovniku, kaže, ja jesam Srbin, ali nisam Srbenta. Ovo što mi sad predstavlja Vučić, on je Srbenta, on čak nije ono što je Putin. Putin je puno sofisticiranija osoba. Neko koji je izuzetno dobro obrazovan, koji je radio svašta nešto, istina je da su to vrlo opasni ljudi. Šef mafije, znači, je vrlo inteligentna i pametna osoba bila. To što on pamet i svoje znanje, Joseph Bonanno mislim na njega, koristio na druge načine, to je vrlo opasno. Tako se desilo i ovome. Jedan mali sitni bankar, kako kaže o njem Koča Popović, će izazvati krvoproliće, bit će do koljena. Ok, to je prošlo krvoproliće, sve idemo se dalje okrenuti razvoj, idemo normalno živjeti. I gdje sad? Sad je ovo, probate vratiti neki kotač povijesti nazad, iz razloga ponovo jednog. Vrlo čudni ljudi su vam došli na vlast i uz vlast. Jedan dio svojih operativaca, pa i za onaj incident koji se desio na granici, su navijači partizana regrutirani od strane GRU-a. Znači, takvom kontrolom medija,
takvim puštanjem da se razvija kriminal, pa i na njegovim novcima i na njegove potpore dođete na vlast, vi ćete doći u situaciju da nećete moći više upravljati takvim jednim sustavom. Da li postoji njegova alternativa njemu? Ne postoji. Znači, za njega ne postoji. Putin može jednu alternativu još koju izvući. Recimo, jedna od alternativa je zaustaviti rat, povući vojsku nazad. On još ima potez. Vi ne možete očekivati da će Vučić povući potez, razlog. Njegov potez koji bi išao u stvarno pametnom, dobrom smjeru je znak silaska s vlasti. Znak silaska s vlasti. Problem odlaska ili nedolaska na vlast kad se postavlja kao prvorazredno pitanje, onda je riječ o osobi koja tu vlast i ne bi trebala imati. Ne bi trebala imati. U tom smislu su ogromne razlike i nešto što je praćenje nečega što je ruski svijet, pa proglašavanje toga šta je to srpski svijet, na linearan način nije baš govori o osobi koja nije odviše kognitivno ni razvijena, niti inteligentna da nešto dobro smisli. Imate jedan zastupnik je u Saboru to mi rekao, kaže za Vučića dobar Srbin, preko Drine je mrtav Srbin. To je nešto strašno čuti, ali mislim da ga dosta dobro opisuje, jer se sa takvim činjenicama može manipulirati. Ja baš ne mislim da je dobar Srbin mrtav Srbin, niti je to potreba, jer to je nešto što je atavizam, pa se vraćamo u vrijeme stvaranja Sjedinjenih država, Indijance ili Australije i tako dalje. Ali ja naprosto ne vjerujem u nekakve opcije koje njemu stoje na raspolaganju, niti vjerujem u njegovu promjenu, osim da se ta promjena može i izvršiti se na demokratskim izborima jednog dana u Beogradu.
Faleminderit zoti Mandić. Po kalojmë te zonja Bleta Brovina, eksperte për marrëdhënie ndërkombëtare. Mirë se erdhe Bleta. Pyetja është çka kanë të përbashkët Kosova dhe Ukraina? A është ngjashmëri?
So I will switch the discussion into English so a broader audience can understand. First of all, thank you for staying until the last panel. I think it's very important to discuss issues which we have to tackle together. Our societies have to discuss together. And especially the district panelists from the region, a communication which we need to do more often. Let me return to your question, what Kosovo and Ukraine have in common. I have listened all the panelists before, and the former Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo, Mr. Enver Hoxha, just mentioned that the narratives Russia and Serbia are using are being used in a similar way in Ukraine and in Kosovo. And I have written a paper about that, where I compare the fake narratives Russia uses in Ukraine, but also Serbia uses in Kosovo. So there are similarities, but there are some differences. So when it's in the interest of the certain country to build a fake narrative, then they build it in their own way in order to gain empathy in the international level, so they will move forward with their expansionist purposes they have. Unfortunately, we are being challenged by neighboring countries, in this case Ukraine from Russia, and Kosovo is being challenged by Serbia. One can say that in Kosovo the war is over, but the Banjska attack has mentioned us that we cannot take it for granted. I wouldn't say that. And then I have followed the discussion very with a particular interest. And Dr. Shormas mentioned that Vučić will not stay in power. But I was wondering, and we didn't have the opportunity to discuss more, but this is why these conferences are organized. So now we have the chance to discuss more about that together. So I was wondering that if Vučić goes, will there be, which would be the other alternative? Will it be a more democratic government? So they would recognize the reality that in Kosovo exists. For example, unfortunately, also some parties of the oppositions, like Dveri, for example, in Serbia, sometimes they are being like even more aggressive, even more extreme. So my question would be, yes, if Vučić will go one day, but then what next? No one gives certainty that we won't face challenges like Banjska attack again. So these are the challenges Ukraine and Kosovo are facing, with fake narratives on the paper that I've written, and which I will have the chance maybe to explain it later even further. They are building especially into three main narratives: the narrative of historical and national identity narratives, the narrative of victimization, and the narrative of legitimacy of the statehood. So in this way, both Ukraine and Kosovo are being challenged in terms of their sovereignty and statehood. So in the past, Ukraine was not studied much. Now, with the war in Ukraine, the academia is paying attention more to Ukraine, but the studies where Kosovo and Ukraine are compared are missing. That's why I thought that this paper would further explain more which are the similarities and differences in Kosovo and also in Ukraine related to their neighboring countries, in this case Serbia and Russia. And the more we understand this, we would understand the processes, and then with the communication, like today, like I'm very happy that our colleagues and our panelists from Serbia are here. So now we should take the chance and then discuss together. Yeah, if Vučić goes, but then what next? The dialogue, we all agree that the dialogue is the only way forward to this conflict, I would say, a frozen conflict. But then, shall we wait when Vučić goes, but who comes after Vučić? Is there a better democratic alternative in Serbia so the people would also support like a more democratic way of thinking? I'm afraid that these narratives, which are being built and which have been built for centuries, now it's not so easy to make people, first to tell people that, for example, Kosovo is the heart of Serbia, and then the next day we would explain that, look, but tomorrow, no, Kosovo is independent. So I think the processes are requiring like more time that and the world is moving forward. For this reason, we have to discuss all together, also with our panelists here from Serbia, and then to exchange the ideas and to move forward and to resolve this question. But I like the optimism Dr. Shormas has. It's always good to be optimistic. But yeah, I would openly ask Dr. Shormas, yeah, but after Vucic, is there a more liberal party, a democratic party, which would have chances to govern in Serbia, and then we would build peace together? Or, yeah, if it's possible, yeah.
I speak about the way, and Mr. Mandic tell how it's going to finish with democratic elections in Serbia, that it's going to happen. But we must finish these hard questions like normalizations or recognizing of reality about Kosovo and about Bosnia and Herzegovina. You know, you have hundreds and thousands of churches in North Macedonia that built by Serbian Orthodox Church. And that part of Serbia in some historical books is called Old Serbia. Skopje was a capital town of Emperor Tsar Dušan. So what happened a couple years ago? Serbian Orthodox Church and Macedonian Orthodox Church make a deal. And everything is now kingdom or whatever. Now it's independent country. Yes, there is some problems and some politics that make that problem now, and they try to push back Montenegro, but Montenegro is a member of NATO. It's not realistic. It's not realistic. One day, but we must solve this problem, and that's the problem for Serbian people. We have, in my opinion, and I fight against him too, and I was 17 times arrested by him, we have a worse dictatorship in the time of Slobodan Milosevic. And bloodshed, like Mr. Mandic said, all over this region or country. And we win Milosevic when, how? In democratic elections. Yes, everybody speak about 5th of October and revolution after that. He don't want to recognize results. But Serbian people rise and he go out. Vucic first time, I said that here, he win in democratic election first time, but he changed the regime. He changed the regime after 12 years. So I'm sure that in next couple years he will lose, and don't worry about that small parties you speak about, Dveri or something like that. They don't have enough power for do that. I think that democratic potential in Serbia is much bigger than people see and think about that. Most of people want to go to EU, most of the people in Serbia, and that's gonna be our main goal. And I'm sure, I'm optimistic. Everybody can think that it's not gonna happen, it's gonna happen.
Faleminderit zoti Shormaz. Bleta faleminderit, po kalojmë te profesoresha e nderuar e Oxfordit, Dr. Jennifer Cassidy, mirë se vini në Kosovë. Për zonën Cassidy kemi një pyetje, çka duhet të bëj diplomacia për të forcuar narrativën rajonale dhe qëndresën ndaj influencës së huaj.
Thank you very much. I'm aware of the time. I realize it's nearly over, so I'll be very succinct in this. Regarding, well, what can diplomacy do to enforce regional narratives to the Balkans? There's a number of aspects now, and one that I'm going to preface with, at the moment, we very much, I think, I don't want to speak for anyone in the room, but we look around the world and think that diplomacy, if we don't want to say it's dead, it's certainly on life support at the moment, particularly regarding the UN Security Council meetings, the inability of the international organizations to be able to make enforcement judges, the ICC, the ICJ, making advisory opinions, but not being able to enforce them. And as a former diplomat myself and now a diplomatic scholar, I of course always will champion diplomacy, but we need to really see the ills of diplomacy at the moment, or the failings, and how we can work around this. One way regarding how can we enforce the regional narrative of the Balkans, I'll give a comparative case study, one being my PhD in 2014, which was, as I mentioned previously, which was on the annexation of Crimea and the 8 months preceding it. And looking at that, I looked at how social media, how diplomats use social media during political crises. And so I have every single tweet and Facebook post from the 21st November 2013 up to 4 months after the annexation of Crimea, from every foreign ministry, every ambassador, and every diplomat, both in Moscow, both in Kiev, and in both their home ministry. What you saw there in 2014, there was absolutely no coherent strategic narrative whatsoever. And that really, really played into the hands of Russia, the disinformation tactics, its ability to use at the beginnings of what we were talking about, the beginnings of hybrid warfare. But now, when we saw the incursion and the land incursion of Russia into Ukraine, doing a comparative analysis of all the data that I had from 2014, then looking at the dates of the incursion 3 years ago, the difference of digital diplomacy and the difference of strategic narratives by not only the EU but also the Balkans themselves, anyone even in the extension states, was absolutely phenomenal to see. And I have it all laid out in data analysis and put it through coding networks. And what you saw there was a clear policy, a clear preparation for what was to happen if Russia, and as we mentioned in the morning, when Russia invaded. So what you immediately saw was Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, their presidents, they were coming out with the exact same strategic narrative statements. You were seeing also the same in the Balkans, I mean, not just similar statements, word for word, both online and off, in traditional media and social media. And that kind of unity and that kind of precision of acting on behalf of a regional bloc and its allies was just a completely different ball game to what you saw in 2013 and 2014. So that's certainly one aspect to note. And on to the second part of the question of, well, how to keep foreign influence at bay. That's the question of the century. You know, the problem with one of my expertise now, of course, technology is my expertise, but is artificial intelligence. But as rightly noted, even though I very much enjoy and promote artificial intelligence, I always remind everyone it's neither artificial nor intelligent. So it's the people who are putting in the data, and it's the people who are sculpting the data. So it's not artificial and it's not intelligent, but we're calling it artificial intelligence nonetheless. But one way to make sure foreign influence is you have a lot of AI and machine learning, which can have a lot, you can create a lot of systems, which we created at Oxford University in order for, particularly for the US elections coming up, to identify deepfakes, which will be very detrimental a few days before the polling day of any election. If you have a deepfake before, a few days before an election, whether you know it to be true or not, this gets in the psyche and the minds of people, and it could sway voting either way. And the final point I'd just like to note is a term that I coin, the foreign policy of Silicon Valley. And so for those of you who may not be aware, but there are a growing number of countries, nation states, which actually have embassies accredited, nation states embassies accredited to Silicon Valley. Denmark was the first country to do that. Now they no longer have that, but the EU is going to follow suit, and so is France. And never since the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 have you ever had an embassy? It's not a consulate, it's not a portion of an embassy, it's an embassy accredited to Silicon Valley. And what that is showing, now I'm neither for nor against, I'm just giving the information. What that's showing is what the diplomatic world is seeing is the influence of these tech bodies is so great. Their GDP, the reason why Denmark went for the embassy in Silicon Valley in 2014 was because Denmark's GDP was only 25% of Facebook's entire GDP. And so the ability of these tech companies to craft strategic narratives on different sites is far greater than any small or medium-sized states. So you really have to be aware of the strength of these tech companies and who they're working for. And so, yes, one day they may be in your favor, they may be taking down information that you don't want, but what happens when the head of another tech company comes in and that's not the person you like so much, and they start making censorship? So there's a few avenues for foreign influence depending on who's heading these foreign bodies. So I won't say any more, but just to keep it short enough. So thank you. Yeah.
Faleminderit zonja Cassidy. Kthehem te zoti Videnovic, një pyetje relaksuese, karrika, mu po m'pëlqen, juve apo ju pëlqen? A jeni rehat në karrik? Of course. Pyetja është si po mundet Serbia me qëndru në dy karrika?
I think it's a matter of legacy. How can Serbia sit in two chairs at once? It's a matter of legacy. There is a certain belief in Serbian public about the greatness and importance of Serbian issue globally. And I think that not significant number of our people are waking every morning thinking that all the big addresses in Brussels, in Washington, in Moscow, in Beijing, and everywhere just really every day discuss issue on Serbia. That's why I think this is inherited from the past. It's inherited from Yugoslavian time. We even had, I mean, not only Serbs, but also others, Croatia as well. I remember when we used to meet back in 2005 and 2006, both of our countries were running for harmonization with the EU, and they succeeded. We didn't. We were at the same level in 2005 and 2006. Mainly when we show up in Brussels, it's like, we came here, like, pay attention, like, and both delegations. I remember I was then in science, it was Minister Primorac and our minister, and both of them are like tall, and specifically when Milo Đukanović comes, it's like, it's everybody else is not important. So it's interesting that this kind of belief of importance and ability to sit in two chairs is inherited from from the past. On the other hand, it becomes really possible because somebody said today that Vučić is acting as a businessman. He really does. He's a wholesale market man. He has something for everybody. He has something to offer to everybody. He has now, military industry to offer to Macron. He has lithium to offer to Germany. He has energy agreement to offer to the United States. He has loyalty to offer to Moscow, and also he has, he's bounded by credit. So, by credits with China. So, I think what Dr. Brovina was asked previously, if somebody else comes in Vučić's place, whether this is going to be very different, I would say no. I would say no, because the framework will remain, and this is what I was speaking about. That particular framework of national interest has not been changed since Milosevic, through Koštunica, all the democratic leaders, until today, when we again we are repeating the elementary school of democracy. Now we are again going to elementary school with Vučić. And this is pretty much the same with the late Navalny, I would say. I mean, if he survived poisoning, obviously now we know it's been poisoning. If he survived poisoning and came into power in Russia, whether the relation towards Ukraine would be different, I don't think so. This is he was anti-corruption activist. He was very strong on anti-corruption issues. You have people like that in Serbia right now. They are main figures in oppositions. They are in the parliament, and they really speak every day about anti-corruption. But when it comes to main national, that framework, which is actually upside down, and what I have been saying, it should come back to the liberal framework back in the beginning, back in the first half of 19th century, when we don't think about expansionism, we don't have this Russian type of nationalism. When we talk about nationalism, we should basically distinguish two types. You have interventionist nationalism, which is expanding nationalism, and you have defensive nationalism. You cannot. People tend to generally condemn nationalism, but you cannot defend your country without nationalism. Ukrainians cannot defend themselves without Ukrainian nationalism being great. The difference is whether this nationalism sees itself and its country, open to the others and sufficient and happy within the borders where it is, or it doesn't. Obviously, similarity between Serbian and Russian nationalism, that both countries and both nationalisms don't seem themselves happy with the actual borders. This is the similarity. Others, which in the beginning of 90s, you had Lithuanian nationalism, you had Latvian, you had Estonian, you had Polish nationalism. You now have, even in 2020, you had Belarus nationalism growing, but this is all defensive. This is all defensive. The change would come if Russia really becomes aggressive towards Serbia. Then we will eventually, and that's what I was hoping for, that they will really be unhappy with Vučić and tighten their grips on Serbia, and then then Serbian defensive nationalism would come up, which we didn't have because we didn't pass, as all our countries did not. We didn't pass through the Soviet lager. We have actually been spared from that since 1948 until 1990. We did not experience those experiences of Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Baltic countries, and so on. So that's why we are ambivalent. But what I'm saying is there is no certainty that another democratically elected leader would act differently when it comes to the to the main issues we discussed today.
Faleminderit zoti Videnović, po kalojmë te zoti Mandić dhe po kthehemi në temë, pak më drejt për luftën hibride. Pra, pyetja do të ishte si duket lufta hibride, ose edhe më saktë, si duket fundi i luftës hibride para se të fillon një agresion barak, që ta dim ne popullata.
Hibridni rat je uvjet za primjenu stvarnog rata, odnosno stvarnih snaga. To je u ruskom slučaju kao pravo. Znači, jedna od vitalnih stvari je u njemu zarobiti političke elite. Da li jednu ili više, to Ukrajina posebno ima primjer za to. Čak su od ukrajinskog oligarha predvidjeli da će on biti predsjednik nove Ukrajine kad je Rusija svoje. Pa su ga Ukrajinci zarobili i išao je u razmjenu. Ovo govorim sa stajališta, u Hrvatskom mu je oduzeta jahta, pa je dolje još uvijek stoji. Znači, jedan je zarobiti elitu, drugi je incidentno izazvati, kako se god zna, da bi se tom dijelu elite koje se tajno zarobili, ovo je jedan pristojan izraz, da ne kažem da ste ga vrbovali da radi za njih, jer mora za vas, da on dođe u nekakvu situaciju da se dočepa vlasti u zemlji, ali demokratskim putem, iako te demokracije to je više glumljenje. Ako to tako ne ide, pošto se cijelo vrijeme podgrijavaju suprotnosti, da li na etničkoj osnovi, da li na razvojnoj osnovi. Recimo, zašto na razvojnoj? Kad se pitate zašto se Katalonija hoće ucijepiti Španjolske, i onda uđete unutra i probate pogledat stanovništvo. Nisu Katalonci većina u Kataloniji, nego Španjolci. Sad se pitate čemu je stvar, zašto se hoće oni izdvojiti kao posebna država. Vjerojatno zato što su to prazvijeni, pa nešto im smeta od centralne vlasti, daju određeni novac, investicije tamo. Ali je to stvarno tako. Znači, nekakve suprotnosti se moraju pronaći. Jedna od tih suprotnosti koja ovdje je često puta spominjana, neriješen status između Srbije i Kosova. I to je sad veliko pitanje. Kome je on neriješen? Kome je neriješen? To očigledno ljudi koji žive u Srbiji i ljudi koji žive na Kosovu to tako shvaćaju da on nije riješen. Međutim, kad dođete u Brisel, tamo neće s vama ni razgovarati, zvali se vi Vučići ili ono, jedino baš kad moraju, pa i sjednu u razdvojene prostorije. Uopće više o tom razgovor nema. Znači, negdje ozbiljno nema. Gospodin je lijepo spomenuo jednu stvar, kompleks velike nacije. Znači, taj kompleks je nešto što se strašno podgrijava da bi se osiguralo ostvarenje nekakvih interesa. Kompleks, vi ste veliki, vi ste važni, vi ste ovakvi i onakvi, u principu davanje komplimenata tamo gdje ne treba, da bi se vi prestali misliti onome zbog čega država postoji. Država postoji da ostvari dva vitalna nacionalna interesa. Blagostanje i slobodu. Dva. Ostali su važni, ovo su dva vitalna. Sloboda i blagostanje. I ona nije sebi svrha, ona je okvir za razvoj nacije. I to se vrlo često puta zaboravi. Nisam ja rođen i ne živim, odnosno Hrvatska je okvir moj, razvoj, ništa više. Ako se narod naljuti, može i srušiti državu, i vlast, i svašta nešto. Znači, vic je kad riječ kao ministar, on je sluga. Sad, kad vi postavite nekakve ljude u izvršnu vlast koji se ponašaju kao gazde naroda, imate problem, ogroman je. Hibridni rat treba biti oprezan sa sajber napadom. Sajber napad je i nešto što spada u struci u nesmrtonosnu vatru, vojničkim riječi.
nesmrtonosnu vatru. Znači, cyber napad je, kad napravite, napašćete stranice nekakve. E sad, jedna je to stvar. Druga je stvar kad ja izvršim cyber napad na način da vam skršim energetski sustav, cijeli i financijski. To više nije igra hakerske skupine, to vam je rat. Ako sad počnete o tim sposobnostima govoriti, mislim da Sjedinjene države na takvoj razini da mogu nanijeti veću štetu nego nekakve vojske ogromne koje će uraditi time. Jedan od cyber napada koji bi trebao biti vama svima pozvan je potpuno isključenje struje u Srbiji 1999. godine, urađeno je iz Ramštajna. Znači, da bi se PZO sustav ostao bez struje i onda se uradilo ono što su htjeli, to su radili i otišli nadalje. Međutim, s tim u vezi s cyber napadom treba dosta paziti kad se govori u smislu hibridnog rata. Nije. U ovom trenutku, kad su oni tako to radili, to je dio vojnih operacija. Isključenje senzora i nečega da vam ne smeta. Međutim, cyber je nešto što, zato pitanje o hibridnom ratu je, to bi sad mogli nekakvu čitavu konferenciju napraviti. Cyber nije dijeljiv, ovo je vojni cyber prostor, ovo je vojni, ovo je civilni. Ne, cyber je jedan. Problem obrane cyber prostora nije opet problem jedne nacionalne države. Jer u jednom trenutku, pazite koliko je to hibridno. Ja kao velika sila mogu sad reći premijeru one druge zemlje da je odgovoran za ponašanje svojih građana prema međunarodnom pravu. Ovo možete reći kad ste sila, pa sila Boga ne moli, a sila je nešto što je konstanta u međunarodnim odnosima, pa me baš briga za puno međunarodno pravo i onda vas pravim odgovornim. I onda vaši naprave cyber napad, pa je nekakva banka otišla kragu osiguravajuće društvo ili se desilo energetski slom, pa je dosta velikih problema. Šta će se desiti ako vam velika sila odgovori udarom na vodstvo zemlje, vojno, političko, sigurnosno? Znači, problem sajbera je nešto u smislu niste blizu rata, to je ispod praga rata, po današnje shvaćaju međunarodnog prava i tu ćemo stati pa ćemo odgovoriti na ovo pitanje. Međunarodno pravo je zamrznuta slika svijeta. Od Glociusa, tvorca rimskog prava do danas. I vi ste ga zamrzli. Problem cyber napada je strašno ozbiljan problem i nema nikakve veze s međunarodnim pravom. Nećete ga nigdje naći. Problem koji se postavljate hibridno ratovanje u 21. stoljeću je problem i promjene međunarodnog prava. Da li je napad na satelit koji je jako važan, recimo za pozicioniranje platforme za vođenje plina, napad na državu? Da li je ovo, da li je ono? Sad sam govorio posebno na financijski sustav, energetski, na prometni i tako dalje. Da li je ovo? To je vrlo su pitanja koja su vrlo teška. Da li je problematika, kad sam ja bio u ratnoj školi u Njemačkoj, je bila da je donešen zakon ako zrakoplov civilni u kojem su civili prevozi prljavu bombu i sad će se zabiti u neki grad u Njemačkoj, da će ministar obrane, jer je on u miru, vrhovni zapovjednik Bundeswehra, on naredi obaranje zrakoplova. Znači, to je nešto što je hibridno. Sad kad dođete u Hrvatsku, jel to ima neko pravo narediti? Nema nikog, to je kvalificirano ubojstvo. Znači, to su niz nekakvih prijetnji ili mogući prijetnji ili događanja na koje vi nemate baš jednostavan odgovor. Nemate jednostavan odgovor. Ono što bi bio lijek je poštivati međunarodno pravo, ali dobre uzuse, običaje. Ne možete to pustiti zašto sigurnost i sustav je važan. Vi na vlastitom teritoriju da neko njega koristi za cyber napad protiv nekakve kompanije ili ne daj Bože neke države. Može se uzvratiti. I uopće ne mora se desiti da vlada te zemlje zna za to. A može se desiti da kao recimo Ruska federacija koristi. Neprimjereno je među ozbiljnim državama da jedna protiv druge provode takve stvari, odnosno da poslije toga ne provode istrage sudskim putem, da se probaju ti počinitelji privesti pravdi, jer štete nastaju ogromne. E sad, ono što vi ciljate je to sve raditi da bi se postigli određeni politički poeni, ciljevi ili da bi se oslabila zemlja iznutra. Znači, vraćamo se na početak terorizma. Zašto postoji terorizam? Zato što neko nema perspektivu. Ne znate šta ćete jesti sutra ujutro, a ne šta ćete uvijek. I uvijek izlaze iz nečega kad je neperspektivnost. Onog trenutka kad krenete u perspektivnost, razvoj, pa počnete normalno živjeti, to je uzrok ste otklonili, odjedanput postaje sve ok. Reći ću vam jer su bili i polaznici iz Srbije i odakle svakog iz Njemačke. Mi smo radili 2 godine prije Arapskog proljeća jednu ratne igre baš na tu temu, samo po jednom segmentu. Bila je riječ o tome koliko mladog stanovništva ima li interneta i koliko je obrazovan. I kad smo došli i izanalizirali zemlje, rekli smo ovdje slijedi krvi do koljena. I tamo gdje smo pogriješili, drago mi da jesmo, je marokanski kralj isto takve nekakve stvari radio i skužio šta će mu se desiti, pa je reformu države napravio. I ostalima, pazite, to se desilo. Znači, ako takve stvari postoje, kad jedna država ciljano igra na takvu vrstu razlika, onda vas se dešava da su štete strašne. 300 i nešto miliona stanovnika uz obalu Kine živi savršeno. Milijardu ljudi nema nacionalni dohodak godišnji $2.500. Znači, podjela nacionalnog bogatstva u Kini je problem je za njom upravljanje. Kako? Imate milijardu ljudi. Problem je da imate 300 miliona ljudi koji odmah odu u mirovinu. Jer je njihova politika jednog djeteta je strašna. Ona tek sada daje negativne rezultate. Više sad Kina nema više najviše stanovnika. Ako vi zaigrate na tu podjelu nacionalnog bogatstva, jer na pravdu su ljudi ne igrali, onda vaše misli nisu baš ok, da ne kažem da su vrlo zločeste. Izbijanje nekog građanskog rata u Kini podrazumije da to je najveća opasnost možda za mir u svijetu. Da će na sjever otići 300 miliona Kineza. Nestade Ruska federacija samo od sebe. Nema je. I tako dalje, i tako dalje. Znači, umjesto nečega da se poduzmu mjere, pa to sam govorio Europska unija u Sjevernoj Africi, da se te zemlje razviju, pa da onda kad se razviju da se ne desi nešto. Uvjet razvoja je da održite parlamentarne izbore. To je jedna od najvećih gluposti proizvoda Zapada. Taj uvjet je ispoštovan, pa imate u Darfuru genocid. 2,5 miliona mrtvih. Demokracija kad je nadogradnja postignuća u kulturnoj, gospodarskoj i svakoj drugoj sferi, ne postoji bolji poredak na svijetu. Međutim, ako vi nemate to, onda provedete parlamentarne izbore. Sve što je bila podjela, ona se okoštava i obično se završava tako nečim strašnim kao što se desilo u Darfuru. Znači, problem je, treba ozbiljno sagledati i tih nejednakosti ima uglavnom ozbiljan planski razvoj uz pomoć onih koji su razvijeni da se izvrši bi bio kraj rata. Znači, kraj rata ili završetak stvarni, znači koji nije uvjet za novi rat, u zapadnoj Europi bio je Maršalov plan. I to ponovo govorim. Masu zemalja nema pojma završiti rat, nego rat koji završite, potpišete ugovore, on je klica sljedećeg. Imajte obzira da je Prvi svjetski rat tako završio. Znači, hibridni rat se završava na način pomaganja i razvoja određene zemlje da više te suprotnosti uopće nikada ne igraju više važnost.
Faleminderit zoti Mandić, organizator, bëjmë dije që koha përfundoi për këtë bashkëbisedim, duke ju falenderuar shumë profesor Videnović, ish pjesëtar i ushtrisë dhe marinës kroate Mandić, Bleta Brovina, doktor dhe zonja Cassidy. Faleminderit shumë. Ju ftojmë për kafe dhe bukë shqiptare. Faleminderit.
Yes, Gus has already said what I planned to say. We have a coffee break for 10 minutes. Please, everybody, after that, see you in theater, and especially participants.
That's not how they come out. I don't know. I think it's a big topic we can discuss it some other time. Because that's what it came out. Why you write about that if you don't? No, I know. I know very well how the church works and how what the things have gone. Because that's why I'm here. I understand very well the politics and the whole story. Yeah. But I think you made your point, and your point came out like that. That's why I made my point. And if I have misunderstood you, maybe you should tell me I have misunderstood you. Yes. Okay, yes. We can talk later. Don't worry. That's fine. That's not fine. It is fine because I'm not trying to please anyone. It is not. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. No, I don't believe in leaving the public without talking. I think we should always bring it up. No. I think it's wrong. We've been doing this for a long time, and that's why Serbia has taken a wrong way. So, yeah, my pleasure.
Dear Jennifer, how was your day? A long day, huh?
We were
How did it go? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations once again.
My point was, because I agree with Dr. Danovic, I think I like his opinion.
Good, he apologized. I did not expect that.
Yeah,
So,
he's quite constructive. We should enlighten him. Well, for unknowing people, we can put more communication with them.
Yeah, that was.
I might not be able to send you back tomorrow. So, Gurakush, let us colleague will probably send them once you receive our.
Yeah, I got an email like that as well.
Alright,
Yeah.
so no, I was not. Yeah, if you receive emails like that, so just because I will also travel
Okay.
tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I would.
Okay, your flight's earlier.
8.
I apologize because the panel was a little bit like not organized very well in terms of time. That's why we were discussing with Jennifer because
Actually, I have organized actually. It's hard. Always timing is hard, but you never know who will be your neighbor, who will speak around, and not about this case. But it's kind of moderation thing sometimes. I kind of sensitive to
we will organize more of them. That's why I said I agree with Dr. Danovic. I would
my also my institutions are making people that make institutions.
And
that's why they're building them, and that's why revolutions are, because they destroy institutions.
As long as it's not as long as my speech is not
thank you for staying
first one, then
That's yes, but you mentioned the example of the Baltic States or one similar thing.
Oh, yeah. So like all the exact
It was already they agreed on that.
Then I interviewed your where they got these stories down to exactly. And happen things, and then 10 years later, it was like everybody's like perfect statements, like all the things like this has been updated because of the amazing platform.
Zero money.
It's like
They even made
like
maybe
just
10 years,
narrative.
5 to 10 years back, they had to make a TV commercial where they get the money. Money for gas, money for food, money for everything. So they had to make this TV for 10 years anniversary.
It's running it up, yeah. It's from Lithuania.
Someone wrote a future question. Something like, how can I get a card? I lost my passport. How can I get a new one? And she answered.
Come down and be very small.
In Slovenia, this is a
Photograph back, yep.
only ice hockey right now. You'll be the first one. This is the third conference.
Before last is international conference. Okay. Before this conference were more regional conferences. But not
You're in charge. I heard it was
Ali zato je bilo neki drugi Kusel, mali Kusel. Kako se zove, što je bio
No, I understand.
ne znam kakav način.
Ali ima, mi je domaći.
Pa ne znam šta ti reći, nije to ne znam kakav način. Učija li do sad šta je u pitanju, možda zove da je Gordana Vlaho.
Ajde, pozdravi Gordana.
Koga? Gordana Vlaho.
Ajde sve najbolje. Gdje tu?
Ne, on je tu.
Nisam baš siguran da im to paše. Ne, ne, u smislu tako će teško se stvara to da se ne igra.
Bildir. So, hello, after the coffee break, I have honor to present a special presentation, my friend from Finland, Dr. Pekka Kaliniemi. Pekka Kaliniemi is a scientist who he studies in security, especially in modern kind of security, which we call in a special kind of war, special kind of warfare, hybrid war, or whatever. So I'm very exciting to represent in behalf of you, Dr. Pekka Kaliniemi. Please, Pekka.
So, hey everybody, my name is Pekka Kallioniemi. I come from Finland. And first of all, thank you again for this invitation. It's my first time in Kosovo and I love it so far, especially the food is so good. Yeah, maybe briefly about me. So, my research focuses on Russian disinformation and information operations, especially in the West, targeted at West. I have been doing for almost 3 years a series called Vatnik Soup, which is social media series on Russian and pro-Russian propagandists and their narratives. So basically my research focuses on that. It just on the 19th of this month it came out also as a book. And well, basically I'll be talking today about Russian disinformation and propaganda on social media. So hope you enjoy it. I know it's been a really long day and the draw of the mobile phone is strong, but if there's something important, I can start singing, so you'll know. Just kidding, then everybody would leave. But okay, so I'll just start here. I come from academia, so I want to define just the terminology a little bit. First of all, I would like to state, this is my opinion, but I think we are at war with Russia. We are at war in the West. We are at information war against Russia. They are extremely aggressive. This war has been going on for easily over 10 years. And what's part of the war is these information operations, which is organized activity where one party attempts to affect the public opinion and behavior of individuals and policymakers, which then affects the society or a community as a whole. So basically, it's a bigger picture. So these are operations in a what I call information war. Effective information operations have a polarizing effect on a society or community. So the goal is often to divide. They are long-term activity, so it's not basically just a week or two of operations, but it could be measured in easily in years, even decades. And today, most information operations rely heavily on the internet and especially social media. So yeah, polarizing effect, I think it's something that's worth mentioning, especially in the United States, where you have this two-party system, and you know how the American politics is basically just saying how the other party sucks. So it's a very lucrative environment for this kind of operations. But it also works in a multi-party system, naturally. And then disinformation. There's a lot of talk about disinformation. Disinformation, like it's the biggest problem of our society. Like I think it's WHO stated. But yeah, I try to bring up this kind of academic definition. So intentionally misleading information is, in my view, disinformation. So basically, somebody who spreads a narrative that they know to be false is spreading disinformation. Misinformation is a little bit different. You can do it unintentionally. Misinformation is, okay, there is a lie that Ukraine is ruled by neo-Nazis, and you actually think this, and you spread it. That's misinformation. So, there are biolabs in Ukraine, true. Disinformation often works with half-truths. So this is the true part. And then you have the disinformation, you have the lie added to it. So where Ukrainians are developing biological weapons with support from the US. And this is an actual statement from TASS from 2022, when Russia was claiming that bioweapons labs there are bioweapons labs where biological weapons are developed against the Russian population in collaboration with the US. And then you can even add a bigger lie on this. So these weapons include combat insects, so mosquitoes, that allegedly will be used to infect Russian troops with hazardous contagious diseases. So you can make it you can always add on top of that, you can make it even crazier, and on social media it doesn't really matter because it can still work, and it often does. There is a name for this Russian system on how they operate online. It's called Firehose of Falsehood. And it's basically, it works on high volume, and it works on multi-levels. It works on multi-channel. So basically every social media site you know, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, or X, whichever you want to call it, these operations are ongoing there. And the idea of high volume is that you basically push so much narratives and comments and so on that it's very difficult to figure out where they're coming from, what is the content of it, and what is kind of the reasoning behind them. There's no problem in telling lies, broadcasting lies. That is very common. And there is no commitment to any consistency. You can predict yourself. It's very common to kind of put two predicting narratives because it also has a very polarizing effect. Point is not to persuade, it's not really a brainwashing operation per se, it's to confuse and overwhelm. If we have 7 different narratives on who blew up the Nord Stream, this will confuse general population, and it creates this kind of thinking mentality that who can you trust? Nobody has the time to go through all these materials, so it's very difficult to kind of fact check 7 different narratives. And it works really well in a low trust environment, and it lowers it further. This is very important. So societies where people don't generally trust the media, the decision makers, the authorities, this kind of system works really well because basically, for example, the state has it's very difficult for the state to kind of debunk this kind of information because the trust is so low. Number of arguments matter more than the quality, so it doesn't really have to be high quality narratives. And the idea is that because the volume is so big, you drown out any actual competing messages or counter narratives. And it's still, this is very much being used. It's been used for I would say since 2012, and it's still a very valid tactic, and it's now being used by other malign actors too. And why do we always talk about Russia? This is basically the scope of it. So 61% of foreign influence efforts are conducted by Russia. This is a study from 2023. And according to another study, Russia was responsible for 80 of foreign influence efforts in Europe. This is staggering. This is like, if you think that 4 out of 5 efforts are coming from Russia, that's pretty big. Troll farms reached 140 million Americans a month on Facebook before the 2020 US presidential election. I would imagine that this number for 2024 will be even bigger. But also, we are kind of blind to all this. So, of course, in Europe, we always talk about Russian disinformation, but we forget that it's often in regions that we really don't, so like Africa, Global South. Russia's information operations over there are huge. So in Africa, basically, some countries, RT or Sputnik is the state media, basically. They are one of the most popular radio channels or TV channels, and this infrastructure is, of course, supported by the Chinese, so it's a very, very sophisticated system. Also, RT is extremely popular in South America. So we usually we are kind of too focused on the problem in the US or in the North America and in Europe, whereas Russia has already a long time ago expanded these efforts to new regions. And also it's a very asymmetrical, I think somebody talked about this, that war is always asymmetrical. But in this case, I see is a very asymmetrical system because Russians don't have to rely on the truth. It's always the Western media that does the kind of debunking, the fact-checking, and it's kind of expected from us. They invest heavily in these operations. We are always kind of underdogs when it comes to funding. And of course, they can always heavily censor their own media, so this kind of back and forth is very difficult. So most social media sites are either closed or heavily slowed down in Russia, or they have their own version, like for TikTok. And yeah, even planning protests, you show an empty white paper in the Kremlin, and you'll be arrested. So in many ways it's a symmetrical system. And then, of course, polarization is still very much the goal of Russian disinformation. And it's often done by provoking conversations around these big controversial topics, that invoke very strong emotions. I'm sure people from this region can come up with many things, for example, including minorities, where this discussion could happen. Immigration is very commonly used for this. COVID vaccinations was a very popular topic before the full-scale invasion. Climate change, of course, social movements like Black Lives Matter. So there is actually research done that the Russian media kind of promoted both sides of like pro-Black Lives Matter and anti-Black Lives Matter. And this is very common, because if you create this kind of division, it further kind of increases the polarization. And the medium that they often use is social media. And why? Social media is already a very integral part of our lives. We use it for finding love, we use it for finding work, we use it for finding a political candidate. Basically, almost every decision is supported by social media or algorithms. And these big tech companies, they hold a lot of data on us, which is also interesting, because I heard about these embassies that are done like for big tech companies alone. And often we talk about how much money they make, but also we should talk about how much data they have on our lives. And of course, this is also why they can make so sophisticated estimates on our emotions, our desires and dislikes. So commonly people say that TikTok is the best social media because it has the best algorithm. It can give you the best content. And this is because they collect so much data on us. At some point, they were even collecting fingerprint data on people and hijacking the camera. So you can collect these vast amounts of data, and then you can use that to kind of turbo boost the algorithm, make it even better. Also, social media or online world has this kind of, it's very cold in a way, but it invokes a lot of emotions. It invokes a lot of primitive emotions like anger, disgust, of course joy too. But so we are often like highly emotional when we are online. Not any academic term, please don't use it in that context, but it's like we are here, we are discussing with each other. There is a lot of this non-verbal communication going on, and I think it's more warm. But when you go online, it's like this cold environment where arguments are much more common than in real life. So this doesn't show fully, but basically this graph shows what you can get for 10 euros on different social media platforms. So if you have 10 euros, I don't know how many of you are on Instagram. If you want to buy 25,000 likes, I don't know, I've never had 25,000 likes on Instagram, I'll pay 10 euros and I'll get it. So this is basically all social media platforms can be manipulated. They can be manipulated with money. What you see on social media, what you see online is often inflated. It's artificially inflated. It can be done with money. It's not real. So these are not real people, but if you think of psychology, it still works. If you see something that has 10 million views, you will look at it because you think that it's something important. The big numbers make us much more interested in this. So this social media manipulation is working. We all know that it's happening. But we kind of ignore it in many ways. So the social media engagement numbers cannot be trusted. Okay, so if we talk more about Russia, Russia sets the agenda right now. They are telling the stories, and we are reacting. We are always one step behind. So if we go through the examples, on the left is the MH17. It didn't take Russia a long time to come up with the first version of what happened. So it was a Ukrainian jet. They came up with this Photoshop image that it was a Ukrainian jet that shot down MH17. Of course, it was the separatists or the Russia-supported separatists and Igor Kirgin who actually did it with the Russian book system, but it doesn't really matter because this is something that stuck in people's mind. They told the first story. Nord Stream, it didn't take them very long time to come up with this story that was published by Seymour Hersh, that it was the CIA and it was Norway. So they did it. So this pretty quickly came to be. Another one was the Mariupol theater bombing. So basically, I think there were at least 3 different stories. One of them was that it was the Ukrainians who bombed the theater, but there were many contradicting stories, and most of them came from Russian sources, of course. So they set the agenda, and then the West reacts. So yeah, if we talk about this operation, information war, Russia is waging against Western democracies. There are some key events that these are events that I consider to be the kind of milestones. Of course, 2012, 2013, Yevgeny Prigozhin's Internet Research Agency and creation of these troll farms, which turned social media commentary into a factory line, basically. They worked in shifts, and you had a quota. You had to write 100 comments a day that kind of put out negative commentary on the West, positive on Russia, but mostly negative on the West. So criticism towards the West, and of course Ukraine. 2014, massive hacking, of course, and disinformation campaign after MH17 that happened in the Netherlands. And even like the MH17 campaign as a whole was a very big key event. And it was also, I think, so what we got from there is of course, Bellingcat, which is now one of the kind of pioneers in debunking Russian bullshit. I can say bullshit because it's an actual academic term now. So, 2016, of course, this is probably one of the biggest. So, meddling in the Brexit vote and the U.S. presidential elections, this is very big. So, the Mueller report concluded that Russians did indeed, the GRU did indeed meddle with the vote. And then, of course, large-scale information war against Ukraine and NATO, 2021 to today. Of course, it started long before in case with Ukraine, but it's just ramped up massively. And there's actually an interesting anecdote on this. So around 2009, 2010, Russia, like in the domestic market, they created these revisionist history science fiction books, which always showed Ukraine as the enemy. And they had these crazy stories where Hitler and Stalin fought together against Ukraine, and it was this like whole genre of fiction books that always showed USA and Ukraine as the enemy. And they were like war books. And then, of course, 2024, Russia state funding of social media super spreaders via shell companies, which I will talk more now, I guess. Yes, so case study. How many of you have heard of Tenet Media? Raise your hand. Okay, so I will briefly explain what happened. So just maybe a month ago, there was an indictment against 2RT, which is a Russian state media employees. They funneled $10 million to American YouTubers, big YouTubers, who are pictured there, some of them. The influencers were told to spread anti-Ukraine messages online. They produced YouTube videos, and this money was funneled via Czech and United Arab Emirates and Turkish companies to Tennessee-based Tenet Media. and these influencers were paid 100,000 to 400,000 per month for these videos. So it's quite a lot of money. And I think maybe here's one example of such video. I hope we have sound. Or not?
This is psychotic. Ukraine.
I'll put it from the beginning.
They know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong, I know. You've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
So that's the content. That's the type of content that was published by Tim Pool, who is the guy here, after he was paid 400,000 a month. Pretty damning in my view. Of course, these people themselves said that they didn't know that they were spreading Russian disinformation. But I mean, if you say things like that, I don't know. But anyway, that was Tenet Media. And this brings me to social media superspreaders, which is basically what I research now. These are large social media accounts that have a high engagement. So a lot of, for example, if they do a lot of videos, these videos have a lot of views. We can talk about 100,000 millions of views, lots of comments, likes, shares. These people are often idolized by their followers. So people who kind of watch this content, they often believe these people. And by the way, Tim Pool, who was in the video, he was covering Euromaidan in 2014, where he was very pro-Ukraine, but something changed along the way. Maybe it's the money, maybe it's not. And they often share emotional polarizing content because that also brings in the big numbers with views and so on. And there's also lots of disinformation and gossip. So just some people, some of these super spreaders just make things up, basically. And this is like, they don't have any sources and they just come up with stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna, this is from a leak that came from a Russian troll farm. And this is world's richest man, Elon Musk, sharing a meme made in a Russian troll farm. So this is, I used translation to translate from Russian, but basically the biggest super spreader in the world could be, Elon Musk could be considered to be that person. And there's also one interesting detail here. So if you look at the text here, there's the first name there, Diana Panchenko. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Diana, but she is Ukrainian. She used to work for Viktor Medvedchuk, who is kind of a Putin ally, also Yanukovych ally. And she is now, I think she's in Dubai, but she's producing a lot of anti-Zelensky content. Basically, that's her only thing, is anti-Zelensky. And recently, she also attacked me. But she is mentioned in this particular Russian leak as a person who should be taught how to use the Russian system. So this is a clear kind of evidence that she is heavily involved in these troll farms, which this was an interesting find in my view. Okay, I've been giving a lot of negative stuff here, so what's the solution? This is my view. I like the Finnish system because it's basically addressing the issue. So media literacy at early age. So basically in Finland we start the idea of talking about disinformation already at preschool. We talk about the consequences of lying through stories and so on. Free press, of course, who can freely criticize decision making and politics. I think in a free country you should be even able to produce, in some ways, like pro-Kremlin views, and it shouldn't be censored. But yeah, this is another discussion. Multi-channel approach, I think every state who wants to effectively fight disinformation should also cover different platforms, social media included, TikTok, X, whatever, Facebook. I think you should, states should be present in all of these, or at least understand how they work. Research on future of disinformation or future of journalism, how the landscape is changing, how AI is changing the whole field. And the goal is to increase trust in society and to its authorities and decision makers. So I already talked about how in low trust environment, these Russian strategies, they work particularly well. So if we can increase this trust, they don't work so well. And also is something that in Finland we often talk about is the security of information. So I don't know, maybe you know about security of supply. So when a country is at war, in Finland we talk a lot about what can we get from our own country, like food, energy, and so on. This is security of supply, and we pay a lot of attention to this in Finland, but we also pay attention to the security of information. So how can we secure that foreign malign influence in case of war is not kind of coming into the information space? How can we protect the information space, yet still keep it free? I think that's a very interesting thing. And here is, we can see up there is state media. So this is like a Finnish broadcasting company is up there. The trust in this institute is 85%. So 85% people consider it trustworthy. At the bottom you have the yellow press, which is not a surprise. But I mean, this also tells how high the trust to kind of government news media is in Finland. Okay, so this is a picture from, how many of you heard of this Canadian convoy event? Raise your hand. Okay, a few. So in Canada there was this convoy event, which was basically protest against COVID-19 mandates. And they decided to do the same event in Finland, and it was very popular. So I think around 15,000 people attended. And this was basically all the conspiracy theorists and the pro-Kremlin people and people against COVID-19 vaccines and mandates were at this event. This was 2 weeks before Russia launched their full-scale invasion. 2 weeks. And it's quite big event. Almost as big as when Finland wins the ice hockey world championship, but not quite. And this is 2 months after that. This is after the full-scale invasion. This is an anti-NATO demonstration. So something happened after Russia launched their full-scale invasion in Ukraine. This kind of, the whole conspiratorial gang in Finland, it kind of, it's almost like the emperor's new clothes were like, everybody saw what they really were, and the whole scene was kind of destroyed after the full-scale invasion. And this was after, I think this was after Finland declared that there would be a NATO application. So it's 7 people plus the photographer. They couldn't get any more people. So coming from this to this in just a matter of a few months, I think it's something happened in the Finnish society. And then I would like to talk briefly about Ukraine. I don't know how much time do I have, but I'll try to be brief. This is actually from a paper from a good friend and colleague, Jakub Kalensky. They interviewed Ukrainian journalists and activists, and they came up with this 10-point system, how Ukraine fights Russian disinformation. I list 7 of those here. So you need a solid foundation, you need organizations, you need to build it up
from the bottom up. So you have to actually make an effort to create these organizations and create the resistance. And numbers do matter. Russian disinformation machinery is massive. It is massive. They outsource a lot of stuff, so they have troll farms in Africa, in many African countries, Nigeria, Ghana, and so on. They also have those in Philippines. They collaborate with the Chinese, and Iran. So it's a massive system, so you need the numbers. You need enough people to actually focus on debunking these false narratives. Overlap is okay. I mean, two organizations can be working on same thing, and it can still create a very good result. And I think this is also very important to cherish the civil society. So for example, on X/Twitter, there is this very active society that works against Russian disinformation with their own weapons. So it's called NAFO, and whenever embassy account or pro-Kremlin account comes up with the narratives, they are being ridiculed. They are just being laughed at. They are being thrown with memes. They are not taken seriously. And this is what Russia has been doing for 10 plus years, and now it's being used against them, and it's extremely effective. So civil society plays a big role in fighting online disinformation. Humor is a very big part of this. And information war it's never ending. The enemy will always be there. It's not something like a conventional or kinetic war you have. Eventually you will have a peace treaty, or in information war it doesn't end when the conventional warfare ends. And the West needs to catch up with Ukraine. I will tell this to everybody, that basically we are still the underdogs, and we will be the underdogs unless something like drastic is being done. There needs to be resources for this, because this is destroying societies from the inside, and it is decreasing the cohesion of communities and societies. I think one example of this is the US, and I think the military aid to Ukraine was delayed for around 6 months because they were fighting about the border. And what was Russia doing during this? They were, of course, talking about the border. They were kind of amplifying these narratives. They are real narratives. Of course, there's a problem with the border, but Russia was kind of also throwing gas at the flame. So they were making this problem seem much bigger than it actually is. And they all did all this online, on social media. Then I'm going to just give out a few examples of hybrid operations. So when I talk about hybrid operations, I talk about combination of real-world events with social media campaigns. So, for example, you send protesters somewhere that have pro-Kremlin signs or some signs that have a message, and then you try to make this go viral online. So you have this double effect. It might go into news and so on. And maybe some of you already have heard of this doppelganger group, a Russian group that have done this a lot. So just some examples. After the Hamas terrorist attack on 7th of October, there was a group of Moldovan people who painted graffiti of Stars of David around France. And this made the news, of course, but it also became this kind of narrative of anti-Semitism in Europe, and of course it was also amplified very heavily on social media. Another case was, I think they were Moldova again, or Bulgarian people who laid fake coffins in Paris of French soldiers after French said that they would have boots on the ground in Ukraine. Again, very heavily amplified on social media. So it's this combination of real-world event. It can be orchestrated, and then combining it with a massive campaign online. Some more examples on the left is this is from the United States. It's
from 2023, I think, February. It's a Rage Against the War Machine event. So what you see in the picture is, of course, supporters of imperialistic Russia, but the lady in pink is actually a peace advocate from an organization called Code Pink. So they kind of combine these organizations from the far left and, of course, also from the far right. And on the right, this is from a Danish investigation. So Russia hired 4 people to go around different protests around Europe and kind of speak against the NATO membership of Finland and Sweden, or just in general anti-NATO, anti-America. So these are all same people. They go to big protests that are unrelated. It could be about climate change, and they take these pictures and then they try to make them go viral online. And they, of course, also use these Nazi salutes and so on to kind of make a bigger effect. So completely orchestrated again, just paid these people to do this. But also often when you try to mobilize people online, it doesn't really reflect well upon the real world. So in the left, there was an attempt by a pro-Russian individual to kind of create a rally in support of Russia. And the group had 50,000 people attending, and this is the end result. It was actually there was one person there, and the rest are journalists who came to cover the story, so nobody came. And this is, so if we go back, this picture on the left, Rage Against the War Machine, it was relatively popular in 2023. They tried to do it again. That's the picture on the right. So it was also a massive failure, even though they put quite a lot of money in it. So it doesn't always kind of transfer from the virtual world to the real world, also because these stories are amplified by bots and trolls and accounts that are not real. So things often seem much bigger online than they actually are in the real world. And then, of course, the migration crisis that is being also, that's probably I would say that it's the second most popular narrative online right now. The first one from Russia. The first one would be how corrupt Ukraine is and how all aid should be stopped. But this is probably like anti-immigration and pro-immigration narratives. And we know that there's still a very big issue on the border of Latvia and Poland, Lithuania. In Finland, there's not right now because the border is completely closed, but there was this big risk of Russia sending immigrants from countries like Somalia to Finland to flood the system. Okay, and then we should always remember that the media landscape is ever changing. It's very hard to keep up. Even as a researcher, it's very hard to keep up with the changes that are happening in the digital world. So in Finland, half of 13 to 18-year-olds get their news from TikTok. That is their main news source. Of course, they also read yellow press. They also read. They watch TV and so on, but still, it's still like TikTok. It's how do we perceive TikTok? For me, it's a place where you watch silly dances or meme videos. But some people will get their news from there. And what are these news? What are the news? They're often extremely sensationalized versions of what actually happened, or just guesstimates. And this kind of short form video with neutral approach is the preferred format. So even if you put this on YouTube, the young people, nobody will watch it. So it's like, okay, you have to say what you kind of want to say in 1 minute maximum. That's already a very long video on platforms like TikTok. And youth is moving towards these more social and interactive media where you can get the basic idea very quickly, and this is also something that we have to kind of realize, and we have to act upon it. And then one more thing. So, 2017, Putin said the nation that leads in AI will be the ruler of the world. And this is very much the case. We can see now already on social media, AI is being used to mimic real people, mimic real engagement, comments, and so on. And it is actually working. It's getting better and better. We know that how quickly, for example, ChatGPT has evolved, and it keeps on evolving. So this is a very good prediction. Of course, it was done by the U.S. and President Xi a long time ago. But just to kind of I wanna conclude the presentation with this video, which kind of demonstrates the effect. This is actually a very old video already. So
the PSA. You can't believe anything you see these days. These glasses aren't even real. Neither is my face. All this stuff was 3D tracked on using these dots that I drew on with this marker. Actually, the marker isn't real either. Neither is the background. Or my face. Have a good night.
So, we are coming to a point where it's very difficult to trust any media online. Is it video, photos, textual? It's very difficult to trust what we see, what we hear, and this will, of course, create even more kind of. This is for me, this is a recipe for a low trust environment. It will kind of drive this thinking, and it's a real challenge, and it needs to be addressed. Right now, I would say that not many nations or societies are actually addressing it, but it should be. So I conclude here. Thank you. It was a perfect presentation, no questions.
Can we have a big...
Of course.
Don't afraid, it's just Pekka. Ask me questions.
The most normal guy in the world. Okay, so we can conclude.
Thank you. So it was a long day, really. I appreciate for your attention and listen us all the day. We have some conclusion. I'm going to read that in Albanian very briefly, and after that to close this conference. Konkluzionet e Institutit OCTOPUS të konferencës me temën ndikimi i agresionit rus në Ukrainë dhe gjeopolitikën evropiane. Lufta e Rusisë për të pushtuar Ukrainën ka treguar nevojën serioze për të ndërmarrë hapat të shpejtë dhe konkret të NATO-s dhe të BE-s, sa i përket unitetit në çështje të sigurisë, por edhe të mbrojtjes të kufive të shteteve të saj të ndaj ndikimit rus. Lufta hibride ruse, ndikimi në zgjedhjet elektorale, ndikimi në propagandë, dezinformim e tjera ka ndihmuar më të madhe që këto shoqëri evropiane, por edhe më gjerë që në pjesë të destabilizohen. Lufta e Rusisë për të pushtuar Ukrainën ka nënvizuar urgjencën e NATO-s dhe të Bashkimit Evropian të marrin masa të shpejta dhe konkrete për të forcuar unitetin në fushën e sigurisë dhe të mbrojtjes, së pari. Kjo përfshin mbrojtjen e kufive gjeopolitik nga ndikimet e jashtme, nga lufta konvencionale, apo siç e quajmë, siç ndodh kjo në Ukrainë sot. Agresioni rus ka përforcuar përdorimin e strategjive hibride, përfshin ndërhyrjen në zgjedhjet elektorale të vendeve demokratike, propagandën dhe përhapjen e dezinformatave. Rusia jo vetëm që përdor shtete proxy për të arritur qëllimet e saj strategjike, por gjithashtu mbështet aktor shtetëror dhe jo shtetëror që paraqesin kërcënime ndaj tyre. Kosova dhe vendet e rajonit që duan të ruajnë perspektivën evropiane, duhet të angazhohen në ruajtjen dhe forcimin e demokracisë dhe sovranitetit, ku vendet perëndimore e kanë për obligim dhe edhe për shkak të sigurisë së tyre, të ndihmojnë në një brez të Ballkanit perëndimor në zhvillimin e këtyre taktikave dhe strategjive të cilat do i ndihmojnë edhe vetë Evropës kundër Rusisë. Si përfundim, Serbia vazhdon të luajë një rol destabilizues në Ballkan si proksi i Rusisë, apo si paterica e Rusisë. Ambicjet e saj të vazhdueshme territoriale për Kosovë dhe Bosnjë e Hercegovinë i përbëjnë një kërcënim serioz për paqen dhe sigurinë rajonale. Në udhëheqjen e presidentit Vučić, tendencat autoritare të Serbisë janë forcuar së bashku me mbështetjen e saj në retorikën nacionaliste dhe taktikat hibride të luftës nga Rusia. Kjo trajektore minon vlerat demokratike dhe destabilizon vendet fqinje dhe të rajonin. Duke pasur parasysh këtë realitet, komuniteti ndërkombëtar duhet të rivlerësojë qasjen e saj ndaj regjimit të Vučićit dhe shteteve që janë proksi të Rusisë, sidomos në Ballkanin perëndimor. Është e nevojshme që qëndrimi më i vendosur që të mbajë Serbinë përgjegjëse për veprimet e saj dhe të bëj presion që sa më shpejt të braktisë agjenden e saj revizioniste. Pa një përgjigje vendimtare dhe unifikuese ndërkombëtare, qëndrimi agresiv i Serbisë do të vazhdojë të rrishte destabilizitetin në Ballkan, duke kërcënuar paqen dhe zhvillimin afatgjatë në rajon. Këto ishin disa konkluza të Institutit OCTOPUS për konferencën e sotme. Dear friends, we have reached the end of the conference with the impact of the Russian aggression in Ukraine on European Geopolitics Conference. I want to thank all of you, guest speakers, my colleagues from Octopus Institute, and the public. It has been the great honor to hear you from the best minds in this field of security. We know that coming countries around the world, it's not easy, so we appreciate your willingness to be present in our conference. During the conference, we have discussed every aspect or many aspects of a very important issue, and I'm sure that all of you have learned new things, and I encourage you to use this information to continue to working hard, combat propaganda, and aims to disrupt the democracy and peace around the world. Thank you once again, and looking forward for cooperation again. Thank you.